Alrighty, everybody. We're going to try to do this show today, and I do need you to be patient with me. I'm going to be looking right. I'm going to be looking left. I'm going to be looking all over. Mike's in a new spot now. Zetrix's recommendation of monitors is absolutely exquisite. I've got a nice monitor now in front of me. I've got my other Samsung up here. I've got a 34-inch, like, at head level. I just need to now get some practice with everything where it is. The last thing I need to add to the studio is the other camera, and I think we're set. I would have preferred not to have spent $500 on a side monitor, but That's okay. Guess what, Frost? I don't know. What's up, Frost? What's up with you? Is it snowing in Colorado? I don't know. I don't like the guessing game. I don't like guessing. I just don't. Let's see. We're gonna drop down to Stream Raiders. We're gonna start our Stream Raiders match. You're gonna be here all day. You got the day off. That's very cool. That's very very nice. Been a while since I've had a full show with Frost in attendance. Not that, you know, Frost doesn't pop in for a few minutes and then you know, go do his thing called sleep, because Frost is on night shift. But it's always nice when you have your friends here, you have your moderators here, and let's see. I had to do quite a bit of work getting everything laid in now. It's weird because I have a 34-inch widescreen monitor. I'm gonna eventually, oh, look at that right off the bat, having a sub. Oh, and look at that, the train is in the, that ain't gonna work, train. We need to trim this train up, but you can see train is no longer racing towards, train is no longer, shape this up. The train is no longer racing towards a cross, a railroad crossing sign. It is now racing towards, Chibi riding a bomb on the way down. I told you we have a secret hidden artist in the community. He probably is a little too mesmerized by the new monitor. What I am is finding out that it's going to be really weird and really interesting. The OBS canvas size, I'm going to have to do a lot of work in OBS, but I'm not going to do all that work until next week. Hopefully I will get the delivery from there's number 2. Captain Marbles is continuing a gift sub. That is an amazing part about my community. You guys are sub crazy, and I appreciate that. But I'm hoping that today or over the weekend I get the delivery from Kong Vector. They've done amazing work, so I don't want to touch OBS and then have to touch OBS again. You know, small but dedicated community. You know, very 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 dedicated community. This community is responsible for. Oh, I gotta get the hat. And I gotta get the whistle. This is a good time, man. This is a good time. We're starting right off. I guess people don't want to see Chibi hit. I think people are trying to avoid having Chibi hit the train. One thing I do need to figure out the easiest way to do is going to be to change the filters on the mic. Hopefully I can do that with the 2-button setup, because I can't do that with the filters on, because the filters say no, we don't want that obnoxious sound. Boom. Once upon a time I had a conductor's badge. There you go. You were once a hype train conductor. So, but yeah, you guys will notice that we're starting to get little bits and pieces of artwork coming up. We have an artist who wants to remain confidential and anonymous. They make a lot of art for me. They made Timmy the Raptor. They made Jahlon on the bomb. They made Jahlon, steampunk Jahlon holding the pistol out, ready to fight. So we got a lot of stuff coming. That's going to result in that individual probably getting, like, you know, something nice from the Predax Gaming Network. But want to remind you guys that song you heard at the beginning of the stream is funded by the subscriptions and the bits. So I don't pull any of the money out of the corporation. I put all that money back in. Harris Heller kind of inspired me, the guy behind Alpha Gaming Senpai Records. I've currently received back 5 pieces of music, right? We're at 5. And I have contracted out the 6th. No, I have 6 pieces of music back. I have 6 of the 19 back. The 7th, the first chapter of music is now, or the first score, the first track in the score is out to a producer. And then I'm writing chapter 2 right now. I'm finishing up chapter 2 of the novel. I already have chapter 2 of the music, and then I need to start working on chapter 3. So this has been a fun project. What I'm really hoping for is hold on one second. All right. That was a number that I kind of recognized. I usually don't pick up calls, but all my phone is there for is to talk to my family and get spam calls. Apparently, I kind of recognized that number. I have a rule, and that rule is I take people out of my phone. I take people out of my phone if I haven't spoken to them in if I haven't spoken to them in about a year and a half, about 18 months. Then I take them out. I take them out the phone because clearly we don't need to be talking. I had a ton of people on my phone from when I was still working, and I was like, I'm never going to talk to any of those people again. And if I need to get in touch with them, I have an email. So, there is a lot of stuff I want to go over today. A whole lot of stuff. A whole lot of stuff. We're going to start with everybody's favorite. And of course, guys, the Q&A is open. The Q, the Q&A is open. You guys can always ask your questions. But I'm going to focus on some stuff today. I'm also going to try. We are going to try to cut some segments. You guys will notice that the video I put out this morning is Wednesday's show chopped down to about 90 minutes. What I really kind of want to do is be more focused on some things so that I can chop out that segment and put it up on YouTube, help generate some more YouTube content. Wah, the train never actually hit level 1. That's okay. It's the thought that counts, and every bit, every sub gets us making forward progress. So the first one I want to talk about today, and if this is all set up right in an ideal world, here we go. From the combat shown, the game looks very rudimentary for Unreal Engine 4. I just don't know if they will be capable of creating anything more advanced than you guys are hoping for. Just don't be disappointed if it doesn't meet expectations. This is not a complete representation, but it will give you the perspective on what can be accomplished on Unreal Engine. I don't know what the person means. Do they not understand the building blocks of crawl, walk, run? You have to crawl before you walk. You have to walk before you run. Of course, what we're seeing in Ashes of Creation's alpha isn't finished polish. I also, and I'm not going to click on the link. You guys can feel free to go into there. I will give you the link if you want to go in there direct and see what they're talking about. The problem is a lot of the stuff you see in posts about Unreal Engine is the fact that there is an Unreal Engine store where people showcase their work in the hopes of, one, selling those assets, those combat scenes, but number 2, in the hopes of getting a job offer. So Unreal Engine is a very beautiful engine. The problem with very beautiful is very beautiful also has to be very functional. And you have to decide how much fashion do I want with how much function do I want. And this is one thing Intrepid Studios has done incredibly well. Intrepid Studios has decided to overload their first batch of animations, to absolutely overload this first batch of animations. Get that first batch of animations up there, over the top, high poly count particles, because they want to know what the effect of all of those high poly count, over the top animations and effects are going to be on the server performance. Then when they have data, they decide, are we going to go from a 40 poly count to a 20 poly count? Or do we think that we can go to 25? Or can we go to 28? Or do we have to go down to 18? And then once they do that, they will retool the 36 abilities they have done, right? They will retool the stuff that you have already seen. And the stuff that's completely over the top, they will retool all of this. Like they've already retooled Fireball's animation because it was, the animation in that one was too much. Are you going to continue to have abilities that have these huge arcs, these huge sparks? No, probably not. They will dial that back. Now, I know some people say, well, don't touch it, leave it alone. I think it's beautiful. Sure. As a single player game, it's beautiful. As a single player game optimized for console or PC without the multiplayer aspect, sure, it's beautiful. But I don't want my computer to be on fire. I don't want the "this is fine" going on while I'm trying to game. I don't want to have to, like, point my air conditioner directly at my PC because, my PC is burning. Like, I don't need Sprocket to be running up to me saying, yeah, we're melting, boss. But it's been a while. How you doing? I'm doing great, man. It's a great day. One of the other things that happened is I had to remount my lights. So you guys will see me probably at some point, lose my mind and have to repoint some lights. But no, it's been going good. It's been going really, really good. Some people don't understand it's an MMORPG, not a single player game. Absolutely. Absolutely. That video is obviously very cherry picked. It shows from the bookmark is just someone with a very nice art asset swinging a sword with no visual effect. Yeah. I mean, do you believe at the end of the day that Intrepid isn't going to polish how the combat feels? No. Of course Intrepid cares about how the combat looks, how the combat feels, how everything plays out. Of course they care. But it's like I constantly say, and I need you guys to sort of use this analogy. The last 10% of a house is what takes a structure and turns it into a home. The last 10% of a house is what makes it inhabitable. Sure, if it's a zombie apocalypse and I want to go into an area that's probably going to have less zombies in it, a subdivision under construction is probably a good spot. Because their houses under construction, they're probably not filled. But it's not going to have all the niceties. Is it going to get me out of a snowstorm? Is it going to get me out of a rainstorm? Sure. If they have windows, they have a roof, they have walls. But is it going to have running water? No. Is it going to have electricity? No, probably not. Maybe basic electricity brought to the house, but it's not going to have outlets. That last 10% outlets are probably at about the 50-60% mark, but the last 10%, putting in the countertops, putting in the carpet, the window trim, the baseboards, the doors, that's what makes a house a home. People have to realize what makes an MMO an enjoyable experience rather than a testing environment is that last 10%. Oh, let's tweak this animation. Let's tweak this sword swing. But people have to realize, once you know the confines of what the data is going to tell you, how many poly count, how complex the animations, the artists can rework stuff, and then that stuff just becomes plug and play. The designers, the engineers, they don't need to do a lot of retouch. They plug and play back in the parts. Like you saw the fireball got reworked and got plugged and played right back in there, and now it's good to go. So I think people that are worried about the little things, and now I'm not saying don't have a concern about the little things. Absolutely, have a concern about the little things. Have a concern about the little things so you know they're going to get addressed. I believe right now at the beginning of the day that Intrepid has done a lot more with functionality, art, and animation than that video shows. And if you need evidence of that, just look at the nice effects here we have with the volcano spewing and the water effects. Yeah, I agree. There is a ton of stuff going on that looks good, and they haven't even officially started. They haven't officially started testing yet. One thing I noticed in the video that's up right now is the bobbing of the water up and down. That's kind of interesting. Let me go back to what we were looking at. Are you talking about them bobbing up and down or in the water, or are you talking about the waves? I'm not going to bust their chops on their ocean physics yet, because they haven't started dialing into the ocean physics. The waves, yeah, the waves are kind of weird. The waves shouldn't be behaving like that, but I'm not worried about it because, again, they will worry about the ocean physics when they get to the naval content. They've just started working on the naval content. They did the Flame Fin frigate initial design was a couple of weeks ago. Let's see. Like getting mail spam of people having connection problems when they're trying to cool down the servers. Exactly. Exactly. It's like all the people who call, like when your internet is down. Appreciate that. It's like all the people who call in to your internet service provider when the internet is down. You know, or I'll give you another example. The people who are upset because they can't get their ticket answered at Intrepid Studios because everybody is putting in tickets. And now what some people would say is, well, if you're getting that many tickets, maybe you should have more customer service people. Why? 90% of the tickets are bullshit. The tickets are irrelevant anyway, but in order to get to the relevant ones, you got to go through all the nonsense ones. Hey, can I get unbanned on the forums? No. Can I get unbanned on the Discord? No. Can you guys give me Alpha 1 for free? No. Hey, I'm trying to apply to your content creators program. The content creator program is currently closed, but remember, each one of those is touch time. So who's ever answering the tickets, every time they get one of those tickets, they have to take time out of their day and they have to address them and they have to answer them. So I'm trying to figure out, these lights are, we're back to the point where the lights are in the wrong spots. I'm gonna do a spot fix right here for a minute. All right, that might darken up the scene a little bit. But I won't be able to do the show. The lights were mounted about 20 degrees the other way. When I first put this up, I probably should have done it. I checked them, but I didn't sit here for, I mean, I'm already 20 minutes in the show. I feel like I need to go get my Oakleys and do the show in my Oakleys, but then people would be like, you're trying to be like Dr. Disrespect. I'm like, no, I'm trying to see. Like, hold on. These aren't my prescription. Like, I'm trying to not be washed out. These don't have my prescription in them. But it's like, okay, I'm trying to not be totally blind. I mean, I guess I could always just throw these on, throw the hat on, and we could do the transformation between the man, the myth, and turn into the lettuce, and turn into the streampunk sniper. Uh Not gonna lie, I was doing about 12 to 15 tickets an hour at Blizzard because most of them were possible to complete in less than a minute, and the real ones took 10 to 15. You're 100% right about the customer service shit. Yeah, I was a GM for a bit. Not very long. I was a GM, and and the worst part is, and casually you'll agree with me here, people send in like 17 paragraph customer support tickets. You wonder why they only allow you to put like 2,000 characters in the initial ticket. That's because people write 17 paragraphs of a ticket, and they like to do that stump-a-chump shit where it'll be like they'll ask an irrelevant question in like paragraph 14 and then one at the bottom, and when you don't answer the one in paragraph 14, they make a huge stink about it, and they're like, well, you didn't answer all of my questions. Well, I didn't answer all of your questions because I didn't see the damn thing. I had to go get coffee twice. I had to leave for coffee twice to go get to be awake for the rest of this ticket you put in. Come on now. Let's not act like that. We don't need to act like that. How many? I want a key, or I want this cosmetic, or you suck because I want to be a murder hobo. Yeah, putting in a customer support ticket. Putting in a customer support ticket because you want something added to the game is not the way to get something added to the game. A customer support ticket will not get you the attention of the people you want, and it will most certainly get you attention that you don't want. Don't put stuff like that in a customer support ticket. Customer support representatives don't have access to developers. I want to make sure that, because you guys know this is Ashes 101, we do a little bit of education around here. There is developer with a lowercase d, and there is developer with an uppercase D. There are people who rightfully say that everybody involved with a project is a developer. So your customer service people, your legal people, your marketing people, advertising, the janitor, all of the ancillary personnel, and then you add in the artists, the animators, the engineers. All of those people are developers, small d developers. But when you're talking about the big D developers, you're generally referring to the game designers and the engineers. Even the artists don't get the big D. So the customer service representatives don't have access to the big D developers. Now, right now they do. Because right now at Intrepid Studios, Margaret is wearing many hats. Margaret is doing concept art development in a small company. And I know Intrepid is about to break the threshold of 100 people, so that means they're no longer a small company. But every small organization, people wear lots of hats. In fact, ironically, the 360-degree leader that I'm reading, John Maxwell, is just talking about wearing many hats and not using the wrong hat to address a problem. Well, in that scenario, Margaret will eventually not be doing the things she's currently doing. She will eventually be doing all marketing level stuff because she's the community marketing lead. But for right now, and do I think bringing on your community marketing lead at the very beginning of your project or this early in the project is a smart idea? Yes. You need at least one marketing, advertising, PR person with you the entire time. Had Steven had a good PR person with him the entire time, maybe some of the statements that got made wouldn't have gotten made, because a good marketing person is going to tell you, you can have that as your message, but here's all the side effects that's going to happen. So yeah, Steven's public no, not Steven PR is not the worst PR. Steven marketing his own game is the worst marketing of his own game because he's excited. But do they need 3? I don't think they need, I do not think they need a community marketing lead, a community manager, a social media manager, and the other people on Margaret's team at this point. No, I don't think they do. I don't think that more than 3% of your staff needs to be ancillary support personnel at this point. Community marketing lead and community manager, sure. And then down the road, when your company has grown to a certain point, you do need a social media manager. Now, not to beat up on their new social media manager, because I don't know who controls what and who does what, but I will say, I looked at the company that the social media manager is coming from, and then their LinkedIn post was horrible. The LinkedIn post for the company was bad. And at the end of the day, I don't care anymore. I will call bad. I'll call good. I'll call an ugly baby ugly. I'll tell you how to make it better. As you guys saw my tweet the other day or last night, and then in the video I put out today, when you make an improvement, you make something look better. I will say that. Did Intrepid Studios have 100 staff at some point in the past? No, Intrepid Studios has never had 100 staff. This is something that I did bust Steven's balls on for being disingenuous, and he recognized it. He got caught. He recognized it. At one point, there were well over 150 people working on the project. However, I called Steven out on being disingenuous because I said, how many employees does Intrepid Studios have, and how many contractors are you using? And then I called him out a little bit further, and I said, well, how many contractors are working for you versus how many contractors work at the place that you've hired? There is absolutely positively nothing wrong with using third-party vendors. There is nothing wrong with this. I use third-party vendors. I contracted Kong Vector to redo my stream overlay because I can't do that work. I'm getting better at video animation, and I'm going to get a program that allows me to export in transparent web and file. But right now, I'm using Kong Vector. So by the logic Steven was using, I could authentically, genuinely say, by their logic, not by mine, I could say that every Paradox Gaming Network YouTube video is the result of 5,001 people's hard work. The 5,000 staff members that work at YouTube and the one guy in this office who makes the video. By their logic, I could make that statement because without the YouTube platform, I can't bring you a YouTube video. At the end of the day, however, none of those people have anything to do with the video I'm doing. They have to do with the platform I'm putting the video on. When Intrepid said that there were 150 people working on the project and it turned out 100 some odd of them, I have the numbers somewhere. Hold on. I don't want to misquote. And so let me go get the damn numbers. 1 second. Because, you know, around here, we don't throw random shit at the wall. Where the hell? Where is it? Where are you, file? Yeah, I could claim that all the people working at Kong Vector work for Paradox. I could be like, oh yeah, there's currently 50 people working on the Twitch stream, and I'll be like, well, that's not authentic. So that number of people The 115 people as of December 2018 working on Ashes of Creation, 52 of them were Intrepid Studios employees working out of San Diego. 28 of them were working out of France, which then later turned out to be the Stormmancer third-party vendor. And 35 of them were in Malaysia, which turned out to be the former art team that they had. So there were 115 people working on Intrepid Studios, working on the project. Now, again, there is nothing disingenuous about saying there's 115 people working on the project. But when you start playing the 3-card Monty, where's the lady? Where's the lady? And you're like, shit, you got busted. It's like when you got the sleight of hand artist moving the cards, right? He's moving the cards on the table, and then you quickly grab both of his wrists, and you don't let him move. You suddenly bust the trick. You break the trick because you said, hey, I've grabbed both your wrists at the same time. Now I know I flipped the 3 cards. It's like if you saw the movie Robin Hood with Russell Crowe, he gets caught. Somebody thinks he's cheating and there is no P, and there turns out there is a P. He's just a really good sleight of hand artist. But you'll sometimes see sleight of hand artists. There actually is there's no lady on the table because they've palmed the Queen of Hearts. So you got to be careful when you're doing like marketing sleight of hand that somebody who's a former marketer and bored doesn't start, looking at every single statement you make. And the fastest way to never get your privates in a vice is to just always be 100% legitimate, genuine, authentic. Don't try to fool people, because I use this for the reference point. If you've ever watched Penn and Teller's TV show Fool Us, you've got Teller, who is a world-renowned sleight of hand artist. Teller, and I can never remember his first name. He doesn't have a stage first name. Raymond Teller. He just goes by Teller. He is on his own. He is a world-renowned sleight of hand artist. There's occasionally where you'll see somebody Teller's got his notebook and he's making his notes. And by the way, Teller does talk on the other TV show they did Around the World. It's really weird to hear Teller talk. He's also a Latin teacher, like bizarre. But Penn Jillette will say, you fooled me, but 90% of the people who come on the show fool me. I'm the big dumb guy. You don't get the trophy until that man says you fooled him. So Teller is a world-renowned sleight of hand artist. And what I say is, all these MMORPG companies coming out onto the market now, they fancy themselves as Penn and Teller sitting in the chair, but they're not. They are the magicians coming on the show trying to fool the audience. And I'm not trying to be insulting to the 77 of you that are here, but I would say that of the 77 of you here, 40 of you know nothing about the tricks of marketing. And so 40 of you buy shit you don't even need. You buy the bigger bag at the higher cost per item because you get fooled by the percentages and the numbers and the advertising and the marketing, because nobody ever taught you the things about marketing. So when Steven released Ashes of Creation, Steven was on the Jahlon Fool Us show. And when you go in, when you get to the point where you start playing fast and loose with uh the numbers, then that kills you. Just like we talked about on the website, the phrase special offer. There was nothing special about that offer, and therefore you were being disingenuous. Don't try to be disingenuous with your numbers, with your staff size, with your process, with your numbers, with your metrics, with your benchmarks. Just turn around and say, just say, we have this many people. And then don't round. And because I also want to point out, I do want to point out, you remember the Sergeant Major, in We Were Soldiers Once. We Were Soldiers is the name of the movie. We Were Soldiers Once and Young is the name of the book. The Sergeant Major, they go to, they deploy, and the Sergeant Major says, how many somebody asks, how many combat troops do you have? He's like 200 or 485. Exactly. You should, when Steven gets asked, it always makes me cringe. It always makes me cringe when Steven gets asked how many people they're working, and then the number, like, how can you not dead peg the total number of people that are working for you if you say you're the final interview for everybody? Like, you should know this, right? Some people would say, well, that's just getting caught up in the minutia. I think the total number of employees you have at the company you own isn't the minutia. I think that an answer of, well, we have X number of people working for us, we're onboarding this many, and we have 87 people working for us. We're going to be onboarding between 8 and 15 this month. I'm not quite sure where everybody is at with their onboarding. That's an acceptable answer, because I don't expect the owner of the company to know where everybody is at every stage of their onboarding. Something happened with the supposed number of employees? No, somebody asked a question a bit ago. Did Intrepid have 100 staff at some point? And we've just been peeling the layers off that onion. It's unfortunately what I do. I do go down rabbit holes. The reason why I go down the rabbit holes, I chase the rabbits all the way out the other end, is because if I don't do that, then people say, well, you're hiding stuff for them. You're not putting everything on the table. It's not my job to decide what goes on the table. It's my job to put everything on the table. I'm not going to hide anything from people. It's your job. It's your job to figure out. It's your job to figure out what's relevant, what's not. Because remember, what happened there? Oh no, I showed off the new Bob Ross scene early. My bad. It's not my job. It's not my job to do your thinking for you, right? It's my job to give you the facts and all the facts and every fact I have. If you need explanation, I'm going to explain it. If you need me to break it down, I'm going to break it down. If you need me to tell you from my level of experience, if you want to know why my level of experience tells you, but then there are some things I'll say and I just don't know, or I'll preface it with what I've been told by Unreal artists is, what I've been told by other game developers is. If you say to me, well, Jay, what about this? I'll be like, I don't have an extensive background in video game development, but I do have an extensive background in project management. We had an excellent leader at the company where I work. He remembered everyone's name, and after being introduced once, often remembered spouse's name. A leader of people makes people a priority. You know what? That's a good sentiment, but that has no relevance on their leadership skills, because I'll tell you, I am horrible with names. I have always been horrible with names. I don't learn names very well. My daughter's best friend, one of my daughter's best friends, is Leah. But because I'm a 70s kid, Leia is the more, I want to go that route. Well, I, these kids, I tried to learn their names, and I'm just, you know what? You're Lee now. You're not Leah. You're just Lee. Because if I look at you and okay, your name is Lee, we'll move on. I'm horrible with names. My students, my students had to sit in their assigned seats, and it took me about till just about Christmas break to learn all their names. That doesn't mean I don't know about you. I can know a ton of stuff about you. I just can't remember names. And the military made it really easy for me because the military made it really easy for me because they would just run around and slap people. They'd slap people's Campbell soup label on their chest, and I'd be like, "Oh, that's your name." They're like, that's easy. You have a hard time remembering your patients' names? I'll tell you, I went to see my doctor, and my doctor was holding my chart. And after the third time he called me by the wrong name, I simply put my hand out. I said, "Can I see my chart?" And the doctor's like, "Why?" I said, "You've called me by the wrong name 3 times." And he's kind of looking at me, and he's looking at the chart. He's like, "Well, what's your name?" I was like, "Nah, if that's my chart, just show me the name on the chart. Because you're the doctor fixing to put a spine in my needle, or a needle in my spine, and we're going to be damn sure you know who I am before you're putting a needle in my spine. That ain't happening today." He had the right file. He just had the wrong name. He was which confuses me because the name is on the file. So how do you get that wrong? But as you just heard, people can have mental oopses like spine in my needle. Yeah, needle in your spine. I thought you were here for brain surgery. It's like how many times do you have to have a surgery go oops that now they write on like the leg, not this leg. Like the fuck, man. Get the leg right, would you? Yes, Frost, I do chase the rabbits straight into Wonderland. I fight with the Queen of Hearts, and I come right back out. Let's see. There is a new Aliens game. Coming out. And it is coming out from Fireteam. I'm gonna give you the link. I know we can probably go up over there. I know this isn't Ashes of Creation, but that's okay. Which one of you is? There's an Aliens game coming out, and it looks exactly like the movie. Now, if you've ever seen the game Aliens Colonial Marines, it was a great game, but it flopped because they had a typo. They actually had a typo in the configuration file that made the game too easy. And once you fix the typo, oh my God, does the game get amazing. However, the company had already gone bankrupt. But the first 2 Alien movies are masters of their own genre. The first Alien is straight up horror film with the alien lurking in the shadows, picking off the team one by one. Directed by Ridley Scott, it felt it couldn't be bettered until James Cameron came along with Aliens, shifted the focus to action. The scares were still there, but big Marines with even bigger guns were here to save the day. This guy's a great writer, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. But yeah, there's a new Aliens game coming out. Aliens Fireteam. I am all over that. You want to know a game I'm going to be playing on my show? I'll be playing that on my show. I will definitely cover that one. I've heard you mention EVE Online a few times in relation to Ashes. What are the similarities between the two? Oh man, there are so many similarities between Ashes of Creation and EVE Online. Let me start with the fact that no other game, to my knowledge, has a player-shaped and driven world, right? Most games that fancy themselves a sandbox aren't really a sandbox. They're more equivalent of a sand castle building area where you're really really restricted, but the only thing you're allowed to build is sand castles. They give you a little water, they give you a shovel, they give you a bucket, and they tell you the only thing you're allowed to build here is a castle. Now, a sand park would allow you, a sandbox allows you to build anything you want. A sand park allows you to build anything you want inside of certain themes. EVE Online has a shapeable 0-0 sector where if players don't engage with that part of the universe, nothing is there. Now, of course, if you travel there, belt rats will spawn, mining will spawn, you know, you can do the incursions, you can do the instances, but if nobody goes there, there's no stations there, there's no pauses there. So you need the players to shape. You need the players to shape the universe. Ashes of Creation is going to be very similar to that. These are the 4 starting locations. However, if players don't travel into that Arctic area, the Arctic area simply doesn't get built up. There's not going to just arbitrarily be a town that spawns. This isn't like Arcade where you have Ostera and you have Yinister and those towns were already formed. They're automatically there. The content is basically tied into those locations. Also, EVE Online is the only game I've played with a well done war system. Now, I know they've changed the war system since my time in EVE, which I was told they needed to because it was becoming exploitable. However, EVE Online allows you to declare war on another guild, which a corporation, but another guild, and stay in that perpetual state of war. And Ashes of Creation is going to take that a step further. Ashes of Creation is going to take that to the step of not only are we going to have wars that are meaningful, we're also going to have wars that are objective based. So you're not just going to have it's not going to be like Arcade with a Dominion that instantly starts as soon as somebody right clicks start Dominion, gets the advantage, gets the jump, and presses forward from there. What you're going to have is you're going to have meaningful fights. You are going to have with objectives, with why are you, I don't know why it keeps doing that. You have to siege the other guilds, guild fortress or guild hall, or you have to steal a relic. So I've watched a bunch of videos, but I have a bunch of questions. Apologize in advance if they've been asked and answered. Well, ironically, that's what this show is all about. This show is all about you bringing your questions. You bring your question in and it turns into content. I don't care if I answer the same question 500 times. Clearly, you weren't able to find the answer. So I will tell you that if you are really excited, if you're excited enough to come here, then I will give you Ashes 101 as a resource. Head over to Ashes 101, but don't run over to Ashes 101. Ask your questions. I mean, I'm here for 5 hours. So go ahead. EVE is also objective based. The objective is robbing the enemy of as much ISK as possible. Not a very fair assessment. Not a very fair assessment. Oh, you know what we need to do? I need to do something. We're going to do this. But yeah, it's not a very fair assessment to say EVE is objective based and the objective is robbing the enemy of as much ISK as possible, because you can play a lot of different ways. A lot of different ways in EVE Online. A lot of different ways. So I'm gonna add, oops. So you think it's back? Yeah, it's back. What I need to do here is you know, I need to copy Zetrix's name. There's Zetrix, and I need to give Zetrix the VIP badge. Anybody that spends as much time tweaking the website as Zetrix does definitely deserves the badge. So, we haven't gotten any questions. The person's like, I have a bunch of questions, and they didn't ask any. Now I'm worried. I recently played EQ and P99, and it was a ton of fun where there was enough people and everyone was new. Now it's sparsely populated lower levels, hard to level, and the only super geared twinks who want to solo. I think Ashes will avoid this problem in the longer term of the game. I'm excited for that. No, I 100% agree with that. That's one of the advantages of these very specific divine gates as they interrelate with this overall interrelate with this overall world. What is right up next to the divine gate is going to be meaningful content in the world. And what do I mean by meaningful content in the world? It's not just there to, it's not like a pre-done starter zone. They're not pre-done zones. You will actually have meaningful content that juts up to those starter areas, and those starter areas are designed so that they can accommodate new players. And the way the node system works is they will always be able to accommodate new players, because even in a level 6, even in a stage 6 node zone of influence, there is low-level content. Hypothetically, if you add access to pre-alpha, that's not hypothetically, I do. Would you have updated Ashes 101 with the pre-alpha knowledge? Obviously, waiting for NDA release to release the updated Ashes 101 site. No. So I can answer that question. No, I would not update Ashes 101 under anything with a label of pre-alpha on it, because that's duplicated touch time. I work very, very quickly. Very quickly. So there's no reason for me to not just wait, because most of the work goes on up here. So once I have the work done, in my head, the act of typing it isn't hard. Now the act of getting people to help me edit it, is where really the work comes in. Will I stream Alpha 1? Yes. I should have my new stream layouts ready in time for Alpha 1, which is what I'm really excited about. The volcano is off in there in the background. Do you think it's the same volcano seen from different positions? It is the same volcano seen from different positions. I don't have to think. I know. Okay. Is there PvP in the starting zones? Yes, there's PvP in the entire world. Somebody was talking about this nonsense last night that Danny doesn't understand. Sometimes Danny says really stupid shit that's just going to cost him in the long term as a content creator. Advocating for stupidity. People are going to remember. People are going to remember that you advocated for stupidity. And they're going to be like, why am I following your content? He needs to stop doing that. He's a really good content creator, but he needs to go on the moral high road, not in the trenches. How do castle regions really work? Can those within the same region declare war on each other? And the 3 military nodes surrounding are normal nodes or just in the shadow of the castle? All right. So good question. And you unpacked a huge topic. So let me do a couple of things here real quick. For you, I want to grab this page for specifically, and then I want to, no Bob Ross yet. What I want to do is I want to add a stream marker, and I want to do the castle region discussion. So, put that stream marker in there. The question again is, how do castle regions really work? Can those within the same region declare war on each other? And the 3 military nodes surrounding, are they normal nodes or just in the shadow of the castle? So first and foremost, I have linked over the Ashes 101 page on castle regions. And I've done this because you're asking a lot. Now, the castle the castle nodes, the nodes that support the castle. First and foremost, those operate outside of the normal node system. In Ashes of Creation, the world has 103 nodes plus 15 castle nodes. So those 15 castle nodes, 3 per castle, function a little bit differently. And what we have here is my visual representation of a castle with its 3 nodes. Now, very quickly, those 3 nodes have a lot of things going on that have to do with the castle. The castle garrison, and the garrison is the guild that holds the castle. They have to build those nodes up each week to stage 3. This will require them to run caravans into those nodes. And if they don't, then the number of undermounts that they have on siege day is reduced. This is also, there's another weekly event that's going to occur at those nodes that we don't have details yet. On top of that, those nodes are the destination for the tax wagons. Remember, each node once a week is going to load up a wagon full of currency and drive it to the castle. So I took the second half of that question because there is a lot of stuff going on at those specific castle nodes, and we don't know everything. I can't get into every single part of it because we simply don't know. Now, the other part of your question, where you ask, how do the castle regions really work? The castle regions are static. They divide the world into 5. Now, we do not have the location of the castles, and we do not have the breakdown of those regions yet. But we know the castle regions, there's 5 castles, breaks the world into 5 parts. But we do know that one of the castles is the first among equals. So one of the castles has influence over the other 4. How does that work? I don't know that either. Steven likes to give us snippets. Can those within the same region declare war on each other? Yes, they can. War is not restricted by membership of a castle region. War is in your political affiliations and your political alignments, your trade agreements, your vassal. That is based on the node system. Now, you cannot talk about Ashes of Creation without an understanding of the node system and the zone of influence system. Out of the 66,000 words I've written in Ashes 101's document, I would say 22,000 of them are on nodes. So can those within the same region declare war on each other? Yes, absolutely. The three military nodes aren't just a shadow of the castle. They are, in fact, their own content. So I think I got all of those questions. Feel free to ask more. The game is looking great so far. Only thing I hope is that they get more diversity in player shape and size. I'm gonna hope you mean character shape and size, because the players shape and size shouldn't matter. But the character shape and size absolutely should. Will there be any classes coming for the non-NDA phase this month? No. Classes do not enter the game until level 25. Alpha 1 is scheduled to... The first testing, I believe, is still scheduled to hit level 20. However, the statements that I have on that were made a couple of years ago. So I will have to try to get some more updated information from Steven as we go. Looks like you got a haircut. Is all well. Yes, I got a haircut, and I will say this. I usually do all the way up the side. I usually razor all of it. But you guys hurt my feelings my last haircut, and so many of you made fun of my hair. that I decided to just do a mid fade. I still razored around the ears, but you guys were hurtful. I cried for days. I really didn't. I don't give a shit what anybody else's opinion on my hair is. Let's see. It's a nice mid fade. I know it is a nice mid fade. I have an i3 8th gen 12 gigabyte DDR4 RAM and a 500 SSD. Can I play on the lowest? What's your GPU? I'm gonna say no. I don't think you hit the lowest requirements. Here's the requirements for alpha. But I don't think, yeah, you're not hitting, I don't think you're hitting the minimum requirements. The minimum, you might just be hitting the minimum requirements. Maybe. So. Where were we at? How much alts do you think is going to be material storage instead of Banks Freeholder, just not worth the extra time? I don't believe people are going to be running alts as storage mules because, remember, your alt can carry 10%. Well, a character can carry 10% of what a mule can and 1% of what a caravan can. So this isn't like you have 500 slots on your alt and you can fill your alt up with all this stuff, never put your stuff at risk and have a mobile walking storage. You are going to have storage points that you fill up, and it takes time to fill up. You're not going to just be able to sit there and put all your iron on an alt. It doesn't work that way. New question. When it comes to player looting other players after a kill, does that only work if they got the killing blow or just a certain damage? You drop loot when you die. It is free. It's free drop. It just drops on the ground for anybody to loot. For example, if someone starts attacking me and I don't want to fight back, but I also don't want to die, so I start running away with low health and die by an aggro mob, will the other person be able to loot me? They don't loot you. You aren't the lootable thing. You drop the percentage of the gatherables whether or not you die to PvE or PvP content. If a mob kills you, you drop a percentage of your gatherables, processed goods, farmed certificates. So yeah, it's not a PvP death penalty. It is simply the death penalty. With all the cosmetic faces and hair given out during APOC and shown in the streams, do you think the character creator will be presets or will they stick to the BDO style creator? Seems like a lot of presets if they want to have sliders. I'm going to be right back because I want to spend some time on that question. I just want to take a break before we get there, but I'm coming back to your question. Alrighty, let me choke down a wonderful, delicious vanilla cream Slim Fast. Not sponsors of my show, although they definitely could sponsor my show. They could put Chibi on a Slim Fast, and we could convince gamers that it's good for you. I'm back on my it's after March 1st, so I'm back on my intermittent fasting, And so I start the show at 11 now. I used to start the show at 12 and choke down one of these right as I started. The goal this year, the goal this year is 165. So I got 40 pounds to go this year. I've done 50 the last 2 years. Is AOC full loot or you just lose loot of PK? Okay. I'm going to go back up to the BDO character creator, but I want to get your question because that one's easy. AOC is not full loot, and you lose loot every time you die. You can lose loot. You can lose gear and weapons and armor and finished goods if you die while corrupted. Because this is kind of a complex answer, I'm going to give you a link to the textbook. This is called Death and Dying. And this will break down the death and dying rules for you. And it'll touch on corruption, and then while you're there, you can go over to corruption. But yeah, it's not full loot. Every time you die, you lose a percentage. When you die, you could potentially run back and get it back. Yes, you could. So let me drop in you guys know that I'm starting something new. And so I'm trying to create theme markers for certain segments. So the question is, with all the cosmetic faces and hairs given out during APOC and shown in streams, do you think the character creator will be presets or that they will stick to the BDO style creator? Seems like a lot of presets if they want to have sliders. So I 100% agree with you. I 100% agree that it is a concerning, to say the very least, lineup when they've shown us the when they've shown us that they want to do or they've said to us that they want to do a BDO style character creator. Now, if you guys weren't here the other day, let me see if I still have that picture. BDO style character creator is going to allow you to do pretty much anything you want. You're going to be able to pull the faces. No, I got rid of it. You're going to be able to pull the faces, pull the teeth, pull the whatever. You're going to be able to do whatever you want to the face. And I don't think we need that. To just be honest, I don't think we need a character creator on the level of BDOs. Is it a nicety? Sure. Is it a nice thing to have? Sure. Do I think that they need to allow people to have that much freedom? No. Do I think we need to have as much freedom as Arcage gave us? No. Now, it doesn't really line up very well that there were achievable, obtainable hairs in APOC. But those could be, I click on it, it drops it in. I've seen a lot of games do a lot of things with the faces, but then the hairs are presets. Do I want a BDO style creator? No. Do I want to see if they can do it? Sure. Does it matter to me? No. I don't think it's a big I don't think it's a big deal to me. I've never played a game I've never played a game where I've said, man, I wish I had more character creator options. Because to me, it's not that relevant. To me, what's relevant is compelling gameplay, good mechanics, good systems. You stare at the back of your character's head like 95% of the time. With that said, Cyberpunk 2077. Do I care about the character creator in Cyberpunk 2077? Yes, because it is all about you making you. EVE Online, since for a long time in EVE Online you didn't have a character and you still don't have a character, you have a character portrait. You spent a lot of time on your picture, and you wanted it to look good. And CCP was cool enough that as they improved it, they said everybody can change theirs. So it was kind of rewarding. But is the fact that they have a lot of presets something for concern? Sure. If they start showing off other races, facial hair, or other races and hair presets, would that be a problem? No, I don't think it would be a problem, because you're always going to have X number of presets. You're always going to have X number of presets. You're not going to just say, like, you never get a blank canvas. You always get presets and then sliders. So even, you see what I'm saying? So I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about the fact that the presets indicate sliders won't be there, because you need the presets before you touch the sliders. But would it be nice to see a character creator starting to take shape? Sure. Should they be working on the character creator at this stage, or should they be working on other systems? Well, it depends on which spin you want to put on it. I think, yes, they should already have their base character creator done, because the game was supposed to be out 14 months and 5 days ago. So obviously they should have had some sort of character creator. And we've already seen a character creator, and it doesn't have sliders. All it has is presets. So why no footprints? The reason why there's no footprints is footprints are the bow in the to from tag on the present. You put that stuff on last. Obviously you don't put the to from on the present and then wrap the present, because then it's not how it functions. Footprints are a nicety. The level of nicety is how much room you have left in performance after you get your everything else going. Imagine having a worse character creator than BDO in a game that releases in 3 years. That's like 10 years after BDO. But worse is subjective. And again, it brings us to the discussion of, do I need that level of customization? Does any game need the level of customization that BDO has? And the answer is no. You don't need that level of customization. You want that level of customization. You don't need that level of customization. I'm trying to find my picture real quick, but I deleted all of my things, and I don't know where that particular one ended up. Oh, here it is. You don't need this level of character customization. And I know people are like, yes, I do. No, you don't need this level. This is over the top. The ability to independently control this many sections of the face. Yeah. The BDO level of character creator is a waste of development money. I truly believe that. Look at how many sections of the face you can touch, move, twist, turn. That's too many. I don't want a ton of sliders. I just want a really big race and a really small race and some basic haircuts. I disagree with you there. I disagree with you there. I think we need to have some level of personalization, some level of, I can make this character mine. What I would really like to see is a company allow us to upload a picture of ourselves, and then it kind of, like, I want to make my character look like me, so I upload a picture of myself. Now, some of the guys would be uploading pictures of, like, Brad Pitt or, shit, I don't even know who, Harrison Ford, Keanu Reeves. Do you think body sliders in a game like Ashes of Creation could work given a diversity in races? Well, yes. What you see for the characters is the base model. Of the character. Yes, they are going to allow the meshes to go a little bit wider and a little bit taller, a little bit shorter. But yes, the races have extreme limits. So I'm not going to be able to make a Vec the size of a Renkai. I'm not going to be able to make a Renkai the size of a Vec. The Renkai will have a minimum height, maximum height. The Vec will have a minimum height, maximum height. Everybody will have a minimum height, maximum height, because that's just good business. I hope there isn't a disparity of character customization between races. Well, there's going to be a disparity of character customization between races, but it's going to be the 4 parent races and the Tulnar. The Tolnar are going to have infinitely more, options because of how that race works. Of how that race like gets handled. Forgive my ignorance, but are we able to upgrade our Kickstarter packs to one of the new monthly packs to acquire an alpha key? Success, no. You don't upgrade your Kickstarter pack to one of the new monthly packs. You upgrade your Kickstarter pack to a Kickstarter pack that has alpha. If you have an alpha key, your store will have... If you have a Kickstarter pack, your store will have the upgrades. The bottom half of your store will have upgrade to Braver of Worlds or Leader of Men or whatever have you. So no, you don't upgrade your Kickstarter pack into one of these monthly packs. You upgrade your Kickstarter pack to a higher tier of Kickstarter pack. Somebody said that the BDO character creator is a replacement for good content. Yeah, I agree with that. 75% of the BDO customization will be good enough. Yeah, probably 50 to 75%, probably good enough. I mean, Final Fantasy XI has a great character creator, and it's all presets. August Jade said something that I don't see. Oh, got the new computer cleaned of all the glass and up and running. Nice. August Jade got boondoggled, man. New PC delivery. The top glass shattered and was in everywhere, like the graphics car everywhere. And of course, what the fuck is the name of that place? Cyberpower, whatever the hell their name is. Their response is, oh, we'll ship you a new top glass plate. There's glass in my GPU, man. Cyberpower, thank you. I would have been like, nah, I'm not accepting it. I wouldn't have accepted it. I would have said, I'm refusing delivery. Unless you send a technician out to clean all the glass out, because I'm not doing it. But I hope there's a static difference between races and weapon armors like New World doesn't have. There is. Don't worry. There is. Let's see. One of the things I hope doesn't happen is a kind of like in WoW where the gnome race will line of sight from rocks and other items every other race can see over. Also in water that most characters can walk through, gnomes have to swim through. I hope they don't make any of the races that small. They did. It's the Vec. The Vec are the smallest race. And there's reasons why you do that. What's the recourse for a student whose instructor keeps changing due dates on things, moving them up, as well as not posting required materials for the students to use on time? Is that a department head thing or a dean of students thing? Casually Crude, is this a high school or a college? Is this a high school or a college? I need to know that first. So it's a college. The recourse for the student then is to go to the professor. Well, the recourse for a student whose professor is moving things around, not posting the required materials, and first of all, it's go to the professor. But before you go to the professor, you make sure you're right. You make sure that the professor's not posting the required things. You make sure that the posting for the required things isn't in the syllabus. And then you go and you talk to the professor, because this is college. And then if the professor doesn't do anything, then you go to the department head, and then you go to the dean of the department or of the dean of academics. Every college is aligned a little bit differently. Do I have a link to the hiring page for Ashes? I will get that. I don't usually keep that on hand. Here is their hiring page. Are the Vec smaller than the Nakua? Yes, the Vec are the smallest race. Oh yeah, that's right. August Jade needed to accept the delivery because their laptop died. That sucks. Smaller than dwarves. Yes. Guys, the Vec are smaller than the dwarves. The Vec are the smallest race. Jeff said it on a stream. Can a max level grief level 1 starting zone? First of all, starting camps, yes. Number 2, sometimes give me a minute, man. Your comment is actually still on the screen. Like, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4 posts between. So give me a second. If I miss it and it kind of goes off the screen, then put repost and ask the same question. Can a max level grief level 1 starting zones? Yes. Is it going to be a good idea? No, because of the entire corruption system. If a max level wants to make their character basically unplayable, sure, go ahead. I have written a ton of stuff on the corruption system. They're the second person that's told me that. I need to figure out what is going on, why my webcam is lagging. It shouldn't be, because it's not. I have 0 dropped frames and it's not lagging on it's not lagging on my end. Let me switch that. Hopefully that helps. It just does it randomly. It just looks really low frames per second, not really lagging. Hold on. Thank you for let's drop in real quick. Let's make sure. Oops, now I'm breaking shit. Oh, yep, that might be why. See if that picks up. Oh, that would be why. Some setting got changed. Thank you. I had to change a setting back. I had that problem on Wednesday with the NVIDIA broadcast. It's kind of a pain. I got to open NVIDIA broadcast before I open anything else, because if I don't, then programs take command of the camera. So let's see. Renkai are normal height, plus or minus humans. Renkai are huge compared to the humans. Renkai are the largest race. Renkai are significantly larger. Let me grab the picture for you. People are like, how does he have all this stuff? My job. There you go. Here are the Renkai. And the last box shows you in comparison to a human. So they are significantly larger. Long time no see. How are you? I am great, man. I am great. I am having a good day. I am having an amazing day. Got the new monitor set up, getting used to the new streaming setup, getting used to having, I literally have monitors. I have monitors from here to here. Like I am surrounded by monitors. I don't even know how much monitor real estate I have. But Zetrix told me to get a widescreen monitor. I only have Chrome open on half of the widescreen monitor at the moment. Is there any info on how hitboxes will work? Yeah, let's knock this out real quick, and then we'll talk about hitboxes. Because it's a good question. And we're going to talk about action combat. And then I'll get critical Zens. So we'll do, yeah, it's almost like an Umbrella Corporation lab. I probably will end up putting the Umbrella Corp. I will probably end up putting the Umbrella Corp logo on it. The Origin one is cool. I left it up there for a month. I'm gonna put the Umbrella Corp on. You guys, if you know anything about me, I'm a huge fan of steampunk, but I'm also a huge fan of the Resident Evil series. I'll show you guys. None of you are gonna tell me you're bigger Resident Evil fans than me. When I show you this, you're gonna be like, oh god, this guy's gone full dork. Am I gonna be streaming the Alpha one with no NDA? Yes, of course. That'll be my time. Gonna come out guns blazing. All right, so pop back over to the segment scene. Let's change this out. First of all, I want to show you guys that whenever you need to get into an area that is like restricted, all you got to do is have to get into an area that's restricted. All you have to do is have a convincing badge, right? So all you got to do is tell people that this is a class 6 emergency and I'm here for Umbrella, and you know, you tell them I need access. And when they don't want to give you access, all you need is a second equally convincing ID card that tells them that you have security clearance A. So, you know, it's, here you go. Here's my Umbrella authorization. So yeah, I'm 5'11 and a half. So for my ID card, it's 6 foot. Now, often, yeah. Now I am actually 5'11" and a half. Can I prove that? I don't think I can prove that. I don't have my wallet in here. I don't think I have any documents that proves I'm 71 and a half. Let's see. I'm gonna roll back up here and I'm gonna grab these 2 questions. So let me add stream marker here, hitboxes. The question was, is there any info on how hitboxes will work? Can a larger model potentially be clipped by an arrow when a smaller one wouldn't? This is a very important question because it is the core of good action combat. And one of the things people have to realize is there is going to be some normalization of hitboxes, because if you don't do normalization of hitboxes, then everybody makes the smallest, tiniest character they can to avoid all action combat. Now, number one, a lot of the action combat is going to be on the crosshair. So you're not going to be avoiding a lot of it. Where a big part of that comes in is ranged combat, specifically with arrows. And it will determine on whether or not they do hit scan or they do projectile. If they do hit scan, there is still some advantage to having a small character. If they do projectile, it becomes even worse. So there will be a center core cylinder for the hitbox. Now, is it possible that if you make your character too short, is it possible that because there's a standard cylinder size, right? Even though I've made my character, right? I've made my character this short, and I did that on purpose to bring my hitbox. The standard character model is basically going to be like this. So my standard character model, even though my head's here, the standard character model says that I have another head on top of my head. I have an extra 1/8 of my body height, because they say, well, you can go that small, but for people to hit you fairly, they're going to be able to hit you fairly on the imaginary mesh of your hitbox. Isn't that really awkward, though? It is. It does become really awkward. And what you normally don't have is the ability to scale your character down. And a game I can tell you that did this very, very poorly was Revelation Online. Everybody made their character in Revelation Online as small as they could, because there were a couple of classes that used action combat, and it did give you a tactical advantage. Now, since there's no headshots, I mean, you can hit the person in the head, but it doesn't have a mechanic attached to it. That changes it. And they went with that way because it gets a little bit more awkward. Now, can you make Slenderman? Can you make Slenderman in the hopes that you have an advantage? Well, if this is you, right? If this is you, we can't. We actually have to try here. So, and obviously my art is deplorable. All right. So, this is you. And this is somebody who's trying to get an advantage, right? So they make themselves roughly these dimensions. And obviously you can see, yeah, straight out of Unreal Engine. Fucking, I am the greatest artist that they've ever had. So, obviously this would be a huge advantage. So the solution to that is, well, first of all, we need to move this guy down. We need to move this guy down to foot level, right? So that's roughly foot level. We'll fold this back in. So the way this happens is, and this gets really, really awkward, is this guy and this guy. Oh, hold on, because that's, so you see this box and this box are roughly mostly the same. Your hitbox, yeah, Odd Job and GoldenEye is a great example of that. Have fun at work. So your setup is going to be, you're this little tiny guy, right? But there's an arrow that goes up above your head, hits you, and an arrow that goes over there hits you, and an arrow that goes over there hits you, and an arrow that goes over there hits you. Now, that's not fair, but it's also not fair that you're trying to cheese the system by making a tiny ass character. Do hitboxes matter in tab target games? No. Do hitboxes matter in action combat games? Yes. Would Intrepid? No, hitboxes do not matter in the slightest in tab target games. The hitbox doesn't matter because you're not manually aiming. Not in terms of combat. Right now, we're only talking about combat. The other things you're going to talk about are design decisions. Yeah. If they can crawl through different areas, that doesn't have anything to do with the hitbox. That has to do with the rest of the game design. And that's how you solve that problem. But in terms of combat, are there going to be people who cheese it, who take a character that's really, really small in the hopes of avoiding some of the action combat? Sure. You mean you find a small character, make a small character and find a big shield. Make a small character and have basically have Gandalf and the hobbits. Make your tank the size of Gandalf or Boromir, and then have all of your mages and clerics and bards be the size of the hobbits, so that like your tank puts his shield wall up and everybody's behind him and can't be seen. Do I think that Intrepid should have abandoned action combat a long time ago? Because I think Intrepid Studios can solve this problem? No, I don't. And I'm not trying to be condescending to Intrepid Studios. I don't think Intrepid Studios can solve the hitbox action combat scenario, because AAA studios with $500 million budgets can't get action combat to feel right. And that's why games are usually either action combat or they're tab combat. I think Intrepid took too big of a bite. And I hate to say my empirical evidence is the fact that you're 14 months late, but my empirical evidence is that you're 14 months late. You couldn't bring the game to market on your original timeline. You're barely getting into Alpha 1 now, and you're trying to accomplish something that big studios walk away from. Now, I'm not saying not to try it just because big studios walk away from it, but I'm saying you're not at the point where you're ready to we launch now, and now you're playing around with this other version of combat. You're not 672 miles off the Japanese coast. You haven't even left California yet. You're not ready to launch. I don't think Intrepid has the moxie or the depth of bench to make the hybrid combat work in a way that addresses the hitbox problem. I think the only way they're going to be able to solve it is by having a very, very narrow range of height and width, so that they don't have to try to play with the meshes. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a lot of shenanigans. And I'm going to tell you, my playing a Vec has nothing to do with their size. When I made the decision to be a Vec, I thought they were the size of the Renkai. I didn't know that they were the smallest race. But if you think for 1 second that if I'm going to be a Vec anyway, and if you think I can, if I can shrink my character model down to be harder to hit by rogues and fighters, you bet your sweet ass I'm going to be the smallest possible Vec model. Now, to talk about the thing about not in terms of combat. Yes, the Vec are the smallest race. They are smaller than the dwarves. Jeff said this on the live stream. Now, are there ways, right? Are there ways to stop people from being silly with their characters? Sure, absolutely. One of the ways, and I told you guys I was DMing for or GMing for Rifts, and the character had such a horrible strength roll that they had to actually go back into character creation, because I don't allow stat rerolls. I allow you to you get when I DM, you roll your stats, and then I do allow you to potentially change your occupational class in Rifts, but I don't allow you to just re-roll stats. You figure it out. The person rolled a 3 strength. They literally 3d6 and they threw a 3. They didn't even have the physical strength to wear the armor that came with the class. And so they had to go back into character creation and take physical training abilities that allowed them to get extra strength rolls just to carry their gear. Well, that's one way of that is one way of doing MMORPG balance. However, that decision, penalties and bonuses to physical size based on how you mesh your character, it can be done. But then every other system must contribute to the party line. So, for example, let me bring back up our identical class. And this is identical class, identical race, identical everything. Okay? And what we're going to say is let me do one more Slenderman here, and I'm going to do middle of the road. And guys, I suck at art, so I do apologize. And since I drew this a little while ago, my brain doesn't remember. Yeah, it's not gonna. One second, and we'll try to make the head about the same. At least so that we're dealing with the same. Yeah, that's not too horrible. He's kind of jazzing. He's kind of jazzing. He's like getting ready to do the Saturday Night Fever. He's got that one leg kind of bow-legged. The ladies love him. But that's neither here nor there. Let's throw a box around him. So we're gonna do our T box now real quick. So here's our T box for what is considered normal and acceptable, and I think I eyeballed that pretty damn good. Yeah. So we got our T box pretty well good. So now here's where the problem with this balancing comes in, right? I can say, no, change that back. There we go. I can say that because this guy is normal, then he is plus minus nothing, right? This guy is well below the 50% threshold. So this guy gets a negative to things like strength and vitality. Okay? But now, hold up. Slow down, Tobash, Tobnosh. Slow down. I got to give him a penalty first. I got to give him the penalty first. I'm going to give this guy a negative to strength and a negative to vitality because he decided to go well below the 50% range of the character. But now, because I gave a penalty, do I necessarily have to give a bonus? Do I got to give a bonus to this guy because he decided to go above? Do I want to have a positive and negative reinforcement system, or do I just want to have a punishment system? Well, if I do this, if I do this, how much do I reduce the strength and vitality? What becomes a meaningful number? Hold up, you're giving, stop it. You said plus something. We're not there yet. We can't give them, we can't give them an advantage yet. We're punishing them for going below the 50% part. We got to do the punishment first. You're trying to give, you're already trying to give bonuses to them. Then you haven't even done the first step of balance. If we don't want them to make these little Lilliputians, we have to penalize them first. And since we penalize them with a negative strength and a negative vitality, now we move over to the big. They're not bonuses, they're incentives. Stop it. Now we go over to the big guy and we're stuck with a balancing question. Do we give the big guy a bonus because he went bigger than the 50%? That's our first question. And now if we give him a bonus, have we double penalized the little people? How much do we not want there to be little people? And now we have to start going into the, well, logic dictates that the larger races will automatically have more of strength and more of vitality, and the smaller races should have less of strength and less of vitality. But now every decision, you see, we made one decision. Now every decision is going to touch. Now we have to ask the question, what is the meaningfulness? No, we're not at stamina yet. Stop it. You haven't even made the negative strength meaningful. So I take 6 strength off of you because you're the little person. Is 6 strength meaningful enough to be a penalty? Well, this then becomes, I have to have this touch the inventory system. Now we say our inventory system has to be related to strength. Now we get a big stop. We get to stop it because Steven has said there will be no crossover between the adventuring classes and the gathering classes, the artisan classes. So we can't make this adjustment because if strength determines inventory and inventory determines gathering efficiency, and gathering efficiency in strength only comes from your adventuring class, now you have your rules are in violation of your design pillars. This is why when you guys were all ready to run out right out the fucking gate, and you're like, the bell sounded, the gates dropped, all the horses were ready to run out. You just said this is so exhausting, not worth the bonus punishment. Okay, but this is the fundamental. This is the 6 months of you don't even touch a computer. You spend time in a conference room eating pizza, eating sandwiches, sitting around a table, bullshitting, trying to figure out. This is when you have the room that has nothing but dry erase boards and nothing but Post-it notes, and everybody on the team has a different color Post-it notes and a Sharpie marker, and you're constantly swatting down the good idea fairy, because if you don't take into account the inventory system when strength, then giving person a 6 strength penalty because they went too small on the mesh box is an absolutely meaningless punishment. Now you get into the next part where you guys are trying to say, all right, Little guy, big guy. Little guys, people below the 50% mark take a hit in strength and vitality, but they get a boost in movement speed. Normal people have a normal movement speed. People above the 50% size, they take a penalty to movement speed. Okay, that sounds great. First thing that popped into my head. If bows are based on dex, not strength or vitality, and movement speed is based on my size, I'm going to make a Vec Ranger small as shit, and I'm going to run around people. I refuse to believe someone half my size can run faster than me. You, Six, have you ever watched military PT tests? I ran pretty fast, and I got fucking owned by a 5'1" girl, a little redhead girl, 5'1". I'm 6 foot, she's 5'1". She crushed my runtime. She crushed my runtime by over a minute. Character size, height matters in this game. No, Sky, we were talking about, we go down rabbit holes on this show because it's good for people to talk. Somebody asked the question of hitboxes, because there is action combat. Your character does have a your character does have a mesh. How are they going to normalize that? How are they going to stop people from making little tiny shitheads that you can barely see and you can't hit with a sword? And are you at a disadvantage if you're an action combat camera, because now you have to be looking down? So there's lots of bits and pieces to it. It's why I've said, and I know you guys get upset when I say this, but I have always and constantly maintained the fact that Intrepid Studios should have abandoned hybrid combat years ago, because there's too many other things they need to get right. And I'll say what I always say. I had to write a part of it down, otherwise I'll screw it up. If you have a game like Ashes of Creation with diverse races and classes and a rich lore and an engaging dungeon system and a fun crafting system, and you have meaningful PvP systems and wars and sieges and guilds and good naval content, and you have all of these things going for the game, and you end up using tab combat, people will forgive the fact that it's a tab combat game because you've got these 8, 9, 10, 12 great exquisite systems. But if you have the same 8, 9, 10, 12 exquisite game systems, and you're using hybrid combat or action combat, and the action combat isn't amazing, then all you have at the end of the day is a shitty action combat game. I think Intrepid made the right decision by coming out in 2019 when Steven and I talked during my interview with him, and he kind of defined out what he calls action combat. Number one, they needed to do that because Intrepid likes to run around and not set the record straight, not always deliberately, not always maliciously, not always with a ulterior motive, but sometimes they know that there's confusion and they don't willingly and energetically go out there and clean up the confusion. So I think there's a problem there. But I asked Steven directly, hey man, what's action combat? And he explained it. I said, what's tab combat? And he explained it. I think those things are important. Action combat to tab combat to Steven is any ability that must have a locked target. So I tab over to you, I have you locked, I hit a button, I throw an ability at you. Action combat is anything that I don't have to have you locked, so it can be my weapon attack, it can be my cross reticles, it can be my frontal cones, it could be my ground AoEs, it can be my off-center AoEs. Is Ashes of Creation out? No, Ashes of Creation will not be out for several more years. Ashes of Creation is just entering alpha this month. This month, actually, we're going to go into testing. And I will be testing, and I will be showing off everything you guys want to see. So, let's see. Do we get everything? Okay. Let's there are race-specific buffs, abilities, and starting stats, right? Yes. Your race determines, your race seeds your stats, and then your primary archetype builds on that racial seeding. And there aren't racial abilities, except the Vec have a racial ability. What there are racial augments, and we're waiting to know more about that. So, ready to see you stream this? I'm ready to stream it. Happy to follow this channel. I'm happy that you follow it. Means a lot to me. Trying to grow my brand, trying to grow our community means a lot to me, because I'm trying to get to the point where I have, you know, honestly, more than my fair share of beta keys to give away. The Vec racial benefit is navigation on the open seas and astronomy. Does that mean if I want to be a ranger and I play the Renkai race, I'm going to be worse than an elf race ranger? No, let me explain to you. Let me get 2 images brought up, and I got to make a note to myself to set this up as a permanent set of data. Here's one. Let me turn the background off, and then let me grab the class one. I'm actually gonna, before I start the segment, I'm going to make a quick note. The only way I remember to do things is if I make quick notes. Also, the only way I do things if I quit pushing the keyboard. And that has to stay there. Maybe that's why I need to mount this thing. But I sent the mount back because it was like 100 and some odd bucks, and I didn't need it. Race and class charts permanent. Okay, there we go. So you have, in Ashes of Creation, you have 4 parent races. Well, hold on. Let me start over. If I don't do this right, then the segments won't come out right. Does that mean if I want to be a ranger and I play the Renkai race, I'm going to be worse than an elf race ranger? No. As you can see from the pre-made assets Intrepid made us for the racial breakdowns and the archetype breakdowns, this is my belief. This is my personal belief, but it is, you see the Kalar, the Empyreans, the Renkai, and the Dunir are all gold, and the Veilun, the Pyre, the Vec, and the Nakua are all blue. And then on the archetype breakdowns, you have Tank, Fighter, Rogue, and Ranger are all red, and you see Mage, Cleric, Summoner, and Bard are all aqua. My belief is that every parent race can play every primary archetype well. However, the sub-races are going to either be martial or magical. So I think the Vec are going to be good at being mages, clerics, summoners, and bards. I think the Renkai are going to be good at being tanks, fighters, rogues, and rangers. Boom. Let's do this. Luckily, with the stream marker in, I can then go back later and go right back to that topic. How about this run on my mediocre GTX 1660 Super? I mean, can you run it on low? Sure. It's an Unreal Engine game. It's an Unreal Engine game, so the first thing you need to realize is, since it's an Unreal Engine game, it's gonna run pretty rough. Like, I have a 3090. I have a 3090 for graphics editing, especially now that I'm going to be working with 4K and 8K footage. A 3090 isn't great for gaming on. It's no better than a 3070, to be honest. But it is good for all that oomph for editing. But if you're on a 1660, you probably aren't going to have all of a sudden, oh my God, barbecue chicken improvement. Or you're not going to be able to run the game at, oh my God, barbecue chicken, this is amazing. You're going to be able to run it on low with particle counts low, because keep in mind, that's an old card. Your card is already, let's see. Oh no, I guess you're 1660. No, you'll be fine on a 1660. I was thinking a generation back. Actually, I think what was going on in my head is I was thinking 660. No, you'll be fine on a 1660. It's a new card. You'll be fine. How will I run this on my GTX 780 that I bought back before WildStar came out? Yeah, you won't. A 1060 might be rough. A 1060 might be rough. Yeah, I think with the 1060, the 1660, I think my brain was just flipping that. You'll be fine on a 1660. That's only a 2-year-old card. A 1060, no, a 1060, you'll still be okay because it's in the same generation. It's in the same generation that they're using to build the game. So no, you'll be fine on a 1060. I think where you're going to start to struggle is if you're on a 900 series card or the AMD equivalent. I don't think you're going to be doing well on a 900 series card. They say that the minimum recommendation is a GTX 460 or an AMD 6870. I don't agree with that. So anyway, the races, I think that you're going to be able to play the parent race. I think you're going to be able to play the parent race as the class that you want. But this is also a really big thing for me where choice matters. Well, if they make a good optimization, right? No, wrong. I mean, optimization only goes so far, but some people have to realize your tech is old. You have really, really old tech. You can optimize it to a certain extent, but you can't be like, oh, I hope I can run this game on my GTX, on my NVIDIA 660. No, that card is old as shit. It's a great choice if choice matters, but it's nice if you're not restricted in that choice. No, you have to be restricted in that choice. Because if you're not restricted in that choice, then that choice doesn't matter. If I can be a Vec and be an equally good tank as I can of any of the other 7 races, then that's not a choice. That's not a meaningful choice. This isn't the Matrix, man. This isn't the Matrix where the problem is choice, and we have to have a choice, even if it's only the illusion of choice. We have to have meaningful choice to our races and our class combinations. Hi. He's out there looking for me. He doesn't know I'm in here. If we don't have meaningful choice and the choice doesn't carry weight, then why bother having 8 races? And some people say, well, the lore and the experience will be different. Bullshit. Nobody went back and did all 8. Okay, not nobody. There were very few of you that went back and played all 8 of the Star Wars The Old Republic lines. Very few of you did that. A few of you may have. I'm willing to bet most of you did not. I'm willing to bet that most of you played your main class and maybe an alt class in Star Wars The Old Republic, even though there were 8 available. I only did 4. I didn't do all 8. So I don't think saying, well, people are going to go and look at all the content. So Karthos did, but he was obsessed with the game story. It would be a bit boring, though, if every time you see X class, they're always X race. That's why I said you get the golds doing the red classes, you get the blues doing the aqua classes. So a Vec can be any of the 4 aqua. A Valoon can be any of the 4 aqua. An Empyrean can be any of the 4 red. Then you're not going to see every tank is a Kalar, every fighter is an Empyrean, every rogue is a Renkai. You won't see that if you do 4 and 4 split. And that'll work just fine. Now, of course, And we're going to do this gingerly, folks. This is only the second test run I've done putting the new desk up. The desk can lift 330 pounds. Feels unnecessarily limited. No, it's not. It's not unnecessarily limited. It's specifically limited. Okay, so you can't be there. If a Vec can be equally good as a fighter as a Renkai, why do I have two sub races? Why not just have 4 races then? I'll tell you this. In Final Fantasy 14, they have sub races. They have sub races for the Lalafell, for the I don't even know the other fucking races. I play a Lalafell and now I play an Aru, whatever. My wife wanted to be a dragon person, so we're dragon people. So why bother creating sub races if the sub race can be equally good? Why bother having the Vec and the Renkai if they can do all 8 classes? Take a Renkai and a Vec tank. The Vec can simply be better at evasion tanking, while the Renkai can be a meat wall tank. Simple and meaningful without being restrictive. Good, now do it 6 more times. Now do it for the other 6 sub races, which you won't be able to because there's not 8 ways of tanking. And so now you have the question. Now you have the matter of you've done specialization with the races. Why do you have augments? Why do you have social organizations? Why do you have nodes? Why do you have node types? Because you chose one area to say, I'm going to shoehorn. Why do I have to? What you've done, you've actually made the game more restrictive than I did. Because you said that a Vec is going to be a better evasion tank. Well, why should I be restricted like that? So, and why do we have 4 races then? The problem is that people always want to say, well, I don't want to be told what race and class I have to play. Nobody ever tells you that. Unless they specifically race lock it or class lock it or gender lock it, you're not told. This game does not tell you. This game does not tell you you can't be a Vec tank. Everybody may tell you that a Vec tank is more than 10% less optimal. But you chose to be a Vec tank. Can you fill in the problems with your decision through social organization, through religion, through PvP seasons, through horizontal progression? I think what you're trying to do is you're trying to make race class combination choices meaningless. And then if you're going to do that, just get rid of 4 of the sub races. If everybody can do everything equally well, then stats don't matter, race doesn't matter. And very quickly we're going to end up having a MOBA. I don't want a MOBA. If I want a MOBA, I'll go play a MOBA. I want an MMORPG. So I'll take the detriment for plus 100 to a fun. Exactly. I played a Gelka White Mage in Final Fantasy XI. And before they put in the merit system, a Gelka White Mage was the worst possible combination. I would get kicked from parties before I even had a chance to prove that I could do what was needed. Was it hard? Hell yes, it was hard. Did I have to manage my mana? Absolutely. My MP? Absolutely. When I was a Taru White Mage, I could just fucking free spam everything and sit down and have mana again in like 8 seconds. Don't tell people that they can't do something. Just explain to people that it's going to be more difficult if you do it. Race should matter, but you could make a race that is a tankier racial, which would make it better for tanks specifically, but you could use it to make your DPS tankier for longer battles. Yes, that's how, that right there is how you make race matter. The Renkai, they have a higher strength and stamina buff. Sure, they might have a racial stat spread, which is detrimental to healing. But if you can make that up through a specific religion, a specific social organization, specific gearing, then let the player do it. Let the player have fun trying to do it. I'm fine with imbalances if it provides choice and room for experimentation and maybe specialized builds, even if they're not optimal. That's exactly, by giving people choice, that's exactly what you create. What if a Dunir is a better protector, but a Nakua is a better shaman? I highly doubt that. Otherwise, your racial spread won't be right. Your racial spread wouldn't be right. If that's how you did it, then your spread would be meaningless, because then you've created a parent race which is going to be bad at some things. Remember, the point is that your stats matter. So a Vec is going to be better at some of the. I highly, and guys, just go with logic here. I highly doubt that a Vec is going to be a good mage and a cleric, but a good rogue and a ranger. Is it possible? Sure. But doesn't it just lend itself to more common sense says that one side of the sub races are going to be good at the magical and one side of the sub races are going to be good at the martial? It just makes sense. It's just good business. How do you feel about, instead of racials, we get culturals? The passes are based on what religion and culture you choose to become part of, which isn't really all based on the race you play. Again, then why do we have races? The passes are based on what religion and culture you choose. Do you get that? You get those through augments. If race isn't gonna matter, then make everybody human. Save yourself all that bullshit design time. If the race doesn't matter, make one race. So no, my answer to that is I feel my race and my class, because they're permanent. My race and my primary archetype, since they're permanent, should be meaningful. Now, culturals, absolutely, and we're already getting those. With that same logic, why have cosmetics if they don't add stats to your character? Very good point. Because they have to sell something to make money and they don't want a box price. I saw two human races. What would be the difference between them? They're not two human races. There's one human race. They're both Ayla humans. One of the Kalar, one of the Valoon. They're both Ayla humans. They're just sub-races. You want to know the differences between them? I can't tell you. We don't have the stats for the individual sub-races yet. Races have to be bad at something and better at others. Otherwise, people will always choose one race, or if the game is perfectly balanced, it will tend to be bland. Yeah. The goal is to make the game imperfectly balanced perfectly. The goal is to make it so that you can overcome all your detriments. Look at all the Vec Orc fans we have in the community. Yeah, man, that happened for a lot of reasons. The Vec Orc love comes from a lot of different places. Some of it's silly. Some of it's just silly shit that we have going on. But I agree with you. Race has to be a selling point for some people. I'm sitting here waiting for the Talnar. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for all the people who aren't dirty perverts, who want to play Talnar, and Talnar has been ruined by all the dirty perverts. There are some people who they need to be removed from society. The Ashes of Creation Society. Have they talked about more races in the future? No, there probably won't be more races, and there probably won't be more classes. Because keep in mind keep in mind how much rework you have to do if you add even one race or one class in. Now, could they do a couple of weird different things? Sure. With a new expansion, could they create a new race? Sure. A couple of new races? Sure. Do you create new races and new classes that old races can't become the new classes and new races can't become the old classes? Sure. Do you do maybe an expansion pack that has a 4x4, like, I hate to say this, but you do like monk, druid, a tank, and a new support? Sure. Do they have their own 4x4 grid? So instead of adding 17 classes by adding in one new primary archetype, you only add in 16 total new classes because you keep it its own self-confined grid? Sure. Is that going to make people happy? No. Is that going to be something new? Sure. Is it possible that instead of releasing new classes, you do what some people just are salivating for? You do hero classes? Sure. Do you do like Final Fantasy 1 where I'm a cleric plus something, and then I go on to do a quest where I give a random dude in a castle a rat's tail, and he promotes me to my hero class? Sure. What do people mean by hero class for this game? They don't mean anything specific by hero class for this game. They're just talking about hero classes from other games. I've never seen a good... I've seen like Paragon levels. I've seen like hero classes done good. I've seen it done bad. I think they could do something like that down the road. Do I think they have to? No. Speaking of the Talnar, on the wiki and the lore of the elves, it mentions a race of elves that existed in the Underrealm before the fall. Do you think that's going to be something like Dark Elves? Probably. Although the Underrealm is misunderstood by a lot of people. It wasn't created. Apparently the Underrealm that the Dark Elves lived in wasn't the Underrealm that the gods created to save the people who weren't smart enough to get to the Divine Gates on time. We know that there's several lesser races. There's several minor races. Yes. There's a lot of stuff that needs to come out and be understood, and we're waiting on that. Let's jump into the Reddit. I just made this, and now you're not working. Why are you not working? Oh, because I'm not in. Haha, it would only it only works if I go into a specific one. There we go. How will profession gameplay play? I find a lot of MMOs profession system gets so boring and repetitive since there's no real depth to it other than find a planner or vein and clicking on it, pressing a craft button, and so on. So my question is, will each profession have some sort of mini game instead of a cookie cutter clicker 3D fantasy version? Please go fuck yourself. Stop trying to put mini games into the artisan system just because you like mini games in the artisan system. Okay? Did you go over the investment question? No, I didn't. Repost that question so I can get to it. And I think the answer, unfortunately, is going to be, I can't really talk. I'm waiting for them to get to it, but let me see the question again. I don't want a mini game in the gathering system or the crafting system because, number one, nobody has yet told me of a mini game that's not based on RNG. And the moment that it's based on RNG, the fuck with that. Because I remember playing Final Fantasy XIV at launch and wanting to rage because for no rhyme or reason, shit would fail. Now you know Now you know if you're going, what you know exactly what results you're going to get. And now the mini game is literally compare the cards, compare the abilities to the chart. I don't mind if you want to talk about a game which is going to be experimentation. I don't mind if there's going to be an experimentation. I don't mind if you're going to have to solve problems. But now here's the problem. There is no point in spending years developing a trial and error experimentation system in a world where everybody's just going to post that shit on the internet. And I say this because, and this isn't anecdotal evidence, this is very specific evidence. Dynamite Studios, the people behind Fractured, spent a very long time making a very rich and in-depth enchanting system that there is now a calculator for. There is a calculator for the enchanting system for a game that's not even out yet. So it's repetitive since there's no real depth to it other than finding a plant or vein or clicking on it. Yeah, guess what? EVE Online has a system that's not just find a plant. It's click on the rock, mine the rock, have the right crystals in, transfer the ore from your hold to the transport ship. Gathering isn't supposed to be sexy. It's supposed to be the nuts and bolts work of the world. So, no. When somebody can give me an artisan system that's engaging without RNG, get back to me. And if you say an experimentation system, then get back to me after I ask you this question. How do you stop people from, one, data mining the information, and two, how do you keep it meaningful after one person figures out how to make a gold inlaid dagger and then just posting that recipe online? At the end of Kickstarter, they added the stock exchange bit, which allows players to invest in nodes, guilds, and social organization. It's an insane, complicated system to just mention it, so I've been waiting for info behind it. Yeah, I thought that's what the question was. Let me tell you this. That system hasn't even been touched yet. There was an individual hired hired for Intrepid Studios for a short period on a contract. His name is Rocco Scandizo. He has a PhD in economics. He has an MBA. He is well known in the MMORPG industry as the guy you hire to come onto your staff to help you and consult with you on your video games economy before you go live. Now, having him on staff full time would be a waste of time because Intrepid doesn't need him right now. Intrepid needed him to do what he did, and he wrote Intrepid a bunch of white papers. And if you guys don't know what white papers are, because not everybody does, a white paper is you ask a subject matter expert a couple of questions, and he then writes a white paper on that specific thing. So you can look at Ashes 101 as kind of a white paper because you go into a specific page. It gives you just a bunch of facts, and then you'd have to ask me for more information. But for a business consultant or military, we write these things all the time. It's in order to give somebody enough information that they understand what's being talked about, even though they're probably never going to hear this briefing again. For example, one of the things I wrote a lot of white papers on was the JP-8 to the Jet-A conversion for the Department of Defense. None of you have any idea what the fuck that is. But if you read the white paper, you'd have at least an inkling of that. It's basically a get smart. It's a get smart paper that you read before somebody tells you some other stuff. Now, it's a background paper, but it's a very very, very specific type of paper. JP, Jet Petroleum. So Does he need to be there to evaluate the prices of in-game items? No, he doesn't. Because anybody can properly balance the easy stuff of the in-game economy. What you need a person with a PhD in economics for, in an MBA for, is to do the keyword gold sinks. Believe this or not, you should be broke most of the time in an MMO. You know why you should be broke most of the time in an MMO? Because you should be broke most of the time in the real world, too. You should be broke the majority of the time. In a functional economy, without going down a real-world rabbit hole, in a functional economy, you should not have the uber-rich and you should not have the destitute. In a functional economy, everybody should be closer to the middle. In the real world, we have gotten so far away from what resembles a functional economy that it's ridiculous. But people have this mindset in video games that they should eventually be able to become a gillionaire or a millionaire, or they should have billions or trillions in ISK in EVE Online. EVE Online has a horrible economy. EVE Online has a horrible economy because the ISK continues to generate from nowhere. Technically, if you want a functional economy, a functional economy should work like Monopoly without the rule that the bank can't run out of money. Because technically in Monopoly, the rule says that the bank can't ever run out of money. I don't play by that rule. In my version of Monopoly, the bank can run out of money. The bank has a finite amount of currency. That's it. If people are hoarding, if people are stockpiling, if people are passing go and collecting $200, but nobody's landing on any properties, you have the accumulation of wealth, but not the expenditure of wealth. We play where the government will come in, take the money from the players, and bail the bank out. Interesting. Because you invest your money in something to give better rewards. Where do the better rewards come from in a closed economy? That's what I'm trying to tell you. In a closed economy, and this is why we moved away from a hard currency standard. In a closed economy, there is a fixed amount of wealth. There is a finite amount of wealth, and it has to be divided among all members of the society. It's like that old episode of Darkwing Duck. Scrooge McDuck is on vacation, and they throw a bottle cap out of the jet, and the guy finds a bottle cap, and now he has something that nobody else has. So Scrooge McDuck, in order to stop people from wanting, he imports one bottle cap for everybody. One guy cheats, gets in line twice, now has 2 bottle caps. Now we have a problem. Now people, instead of everything being free, now everybody starts trading stuff on bottle caps. Is Ashes of Creation going to be a closed economy? No, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because the problem with a video game trying to function on a closed economy is, what do you do about the people who stopped playing, who, quote, then effectively died while they were holding wealth? Now, you also have the introduction of value through precious resources that are unearthed from the ground. However, the idea of ownership is what really starts to throw things out of whack. And so it's really, really difficult to build an economy because, as you've seen, human beings barely understand how to properly run an economy. How often do you get in contact with the Intrepid team? Every day, as often as I need to. Why? What you need? So to get an economy balanced right, especially their stock market, you're going to need an economist. But you got to have, what's he going to tell you? He's going to give you the broad strokes. He's going to give you the white papers. Get some stuff designed, make some final decisions, and then the economist is going to be able to tell you, okay, now I've looked at it, here's my feedback. What do you think about the following breakdown? Gathering, low entry requirements, stable, predictable, but low income. No. Processor, medium investment, slightly unpredictable, but more substantial income. No. Crafter, high investment, time, money, formulas, recipes, slow, but substantial income. Also no. Why? Why is your crafting automatically, why are you weighting your crafting at a higher value than my manual labor? Because without me, you don't make shit. Without me, the crafter doesn't make shit. I'm a gatherer. Did Intrepid's economist leave the team because his job was done? He was never actually on the team. He was a contractor who was contracted to write some white papers, and then that's all he was there for. He was, to my knowledge, he was never an Intrepid employee. I could have that wrong, but he doesn't claim Intrepid Studios on his resume. The last time I checked. So, I don't think he was ever I don't think he was ever an employee. When did John make the transition from CFO to president? Okay, guys, this question comes up, and I want to I want to nail this one home so people can have this for the record. Titles at a company are simply that. They are simply titles. John never transitioned from CFO to president. John was always the president. John's always been the president of Intrepid Studios. But your job title is a hat that you wear. Okay? So there's not this, oh, well, there's this one idiot in the community that runs around saying how Intrepid is scamming people because they have, like, people move around and people shift or people this or people that. So technically, at the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated, which is the corporation who owns this channel, the human being behind this character is the director of that corporation. Okay? Is the director of that corporation. I am also the treasurer. I am also the secretary. Because for a C corporation, you are required in the state of Illinois to have 3 minimum positions on your board. You must have a director, a treasurer, and a secretary. They each do different things. I am all 3 of them. When I introduce myself to people at, like, business meetings, when I'm negotiating for whatever I'm negotiating, I don't introduce myself as the treasurer and the secretary. I say, "Hi, I'm Jay. I'm the director of Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated." To refer to myself as the CEO is not incorrect. The chief executive officer. The director is the executive of my corporation. So I am also the CEO of my corporation because I'm the chief executive officer. To call myself the CFO of my corporation is not incorrect. The chief financial officer. To call myself the COO of my corporation is not incorrect. The chief operating officer. All of that stuff is job titles. John has always been the president of Intrepid Studios. Steven has always been the CEO, the chief executive officer. Steven is the creative director. Do people in the gaming community relate better to the title creative director than they do chief executive officer? Yes, because most people don't understand that CEO is simply the job title tasked with the execution of functions at the organization. So, I wanted to make sure to nail that one because there's one particular Muppet who runs around making a big deal about what job titles they have. It doesn't matter what job titles they have. John moved to president because he wants the title president. If he called himself the executive assistant to the assistant executive, it doesn't mean anything. I should have been more specific. Usually I'm just accustomed to president meaning majority holder of the company. Well, that's incorrect anyway. Thought John just bought into a big stake of the company. My mistake. John is Steven's husband. John Moore and Steven are married. So it really matter who's the majority shareholder? So what's the most exciting thing you can share with us that you've heard from Intrepid recently? Let's see. Nothing really. The most exciting thing, um, the most exciting thing would be that they changed the website earlier this week. It only matters in divorce court, and that's really not on the table. So, no. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, at the end of the day, Stephen and John have hundreds of millions of dollars in assets. I don't think the value of Intrepid Studios, knowing just a little bit about their holdings, knowing just a little bit about John and Steven's holdings, I'm pretty much certain that since Intrepid Studios is Steven's baby, if they were to be dividing stuff up on the table, John would be like, yeah, it would be like, it'd be like, you know, your ugly painting or your ugly throw pillow that you throw at your partner. He'd be like, here, this fucking ugly ass studio is of yours. Here, it's yours. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't even be in the mix. So, but yeah, the idea that the president is a majority shareholder of a company, that's not correct. The president, I think the current president of Disney is like a 3% shareholder. I mean, obviously not a majority shareholder. Bob Iger owns 5%. So, but Bob Iger just got done as a tour for a term of CEO of Disney. Usually you have a vested interest in having stock, but you usually want to serve on the board. But sometimes serving on the board at the company you're a majority shareholder in is a pain in the ass. So, yeah, 3% is a huge amount, but remember, a huge amount is textbook definition different than a majority holder. Tencent is a majority holder of Epic Games. They are not the majority holder. Tim Sweeney is the majority holder with 51%. Tencent owns 40%. Disney Interactive owns a part of that 9%, and then the rest of it is publicly traded. So a huge amount in compared to the phrase a majority holder. These are very specific words when you're dealing with publicly traded companies. The jump part is fixed, but the casting animation is still scuffed because now the fireball comes out of the hand that's holding the weapon. Veiled, keep in mind, let me swing over to that. Real quick, because I know what the problem is, and that's just because they haven't had the where is it? Actually, scratch that. I have to I have to not talk. Never mind. NDA. I can't say what I wanted to say because I'm already toes on the line. So let's just put the pin in the fireball thing. Let's put the pin in the fireball thing right now, and we'll be back. Guys, I'm gonna get more tea. You guys take a break, get yourselves a drink. It's 5:00 somewhere. It is a Friday. Get yourself an adult libation if you are able to. If you're not able to, and you're working from home, how are they gonna know? I'll be right back. Alrighty. Okay. No, the real Coco baby, I was just out of the room for a second. Plus, I didn't see my daughter. Oh, my daughter had PM'd me. So. Oh, because I have streamer mode on. Let's see. Yeah, put the pin back in the NDA grenade. It's always a good one. Melon Nibbler did point out I do have polls going on down there. I will be pushing those a little bit more as soon as my new stream layout comes in. Kong Vector has been an amazing studio. Has been an absolutely amazing studio. I hope to have that stuff back. I hope to have that stuff back next week. Where are the polls at? Should be straight down below, and then it'll just be a bunch of questions. Right now, there's not a heading, and I can't like say, well, they're under this, because there's actually a word says polls, and then it says current polls. After next week, there'll be a decorative polls. I wasn't uncomfortable saying your name. My brain was going in two directions at one time. I'm excited to get the basics on each archetype with the full-blown classes. I can't wait. I can wait on, but I like to be able to get a sense of how each archetype will basically function. Well, you're not going to have that. Even when you get the basics, you're still not going to have that. Because remember, the primary archetype only determines your role. The primary archetype only determines your role. It does not determine how you fulfill that role. When we start talking about Ashes of Creation, you have the base class, and then you have you have the base archetype. They need to fix their own goddamn chart. You have the base archetype, and then you have the classes. What they're going to give you is a little bit on the base archetype. Fighters are damage dealers, tanks are tanks, rogues, rangers, mages are damage dealers. So, the polls don't link. What? So, yeah, you need to the polls link. It's the straw poll link. I have it in text, and then I have the question, and then I have fucking mayhem. Go back to playing APOC, mayhem. Get the fuck out of here. Oh wait, you can't. So yeah, the class is how you do your role. The role is what you do. Is the third one down closed? Oh no. Shouldn't be. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it might be because it's I might have closed that one might be I might have closed it because they moved to a 3 armor system. Yeah, as you know, got an R in the link. Oh, I can fix that right now. Thank you. Third pull down. See guys, it takes many people. It takes many people to run a show. And I am not good enough to do all of this by myself. Let me see now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there you go. You were right. Now it's fixed. I see Z. Hi Z. Hi fellow human. Do you think these different archetypes have completely unique skill sets or just a combination of skills from both classes? Well, I don't have to guess that. You only get skills from your primary archetype. You only get skills from your primary archetype. You do not get any skills from your secondary. I'm going to go ahead for you. I'm going to drop this for you. I'll drop a little knowledge on you. Archetypes, classes. There's archetypes and classes if you want to dig into that. Guys, remember, Ashes 101 is there Ashes 101 is there for you to get. It's like your textbook. This is like the lecture series. Ashes101.com is the textbook, and it links to the wiki because that's like the stacks. Or the library, for those of you that don't know what the stacks are. About to get an F in this class. I will say one little piece of braggery that I can do. I do have the highest quiz average for the 2 wiki quizzes. I do have the highest quiz average. And I don't know, but rumor has it that I may have a higher quiz average than Steven. I'm just saying, I may have a higher quiz average than Steven. I can neither confirm nor deny. So, what is Horde mode? Horde mode, I haven't seen it mentioned before. Horde mode is a testing piece of Ashes of Creation Apocalypse, where they want to test the mob AI. However, one of the things I give Intrepid Studios a lot of credit for is they have been listening to the community. They've been listening to the community, and the community said, hey, we don't really like this APOC mode. It didn't go over well. It seemed cash grabby. It was over monetized in your cash shop. Why are you working on 2 products? They got a lot of flack for it. What they ended up doing is Steven has now moved testing for Castle Siege mode into Alpha 1. If you click on the link tree, you go to the October interview that I did with Steven. He talked about how, I'm maybe going to do all that Castle Siege testing in Alpha 1. I can get it in that build. Question, and I'll take that one. Will the UI be customizable, such as moving the health bars and the party frames? Yes. Intrepid Studios brought on a senior UI artist in January of 2020. Not going to give you his name, but he has a lot of experience. He worked on Blizzard products. He worked on Diablo 4. He worked on the Battle.net app. So he was brought in, and he immediately came up with a couple of rough sketches for changes that he wanted to make. They looked really good. The thing about your UI is that you don't release your UI until you're just about in beta 2 and you're getting ready to put a bow on the game and send it out the door. The reason why is your UI really is what gives the identity to your game. If you release your UI too early and then other people copy it, then people are going to say that you copied them, and it's a marketing tool. Your UI is really the front line of your marketing for your game. You can look at most games and you can see, you can look at the UI and you can know what game it is. There is no way you could confuse ArcAge for Final Fantasy. A big part of that is the UI. You could not confuse Diablo with Path of Exile because of the UIs. So, basically you want to keep the identity of your game close hold until you're ready, until you want to keep the identity of the final experience close hold until you're ready to say, now we launch now and we're gonna go. So you probably won't see the final. You'll probably see, I'd be willing to bet that you're gonna see a slight improvement on the UI in alpha at the right time. Now I want to say this. There is publicity and there is marketing. A company cannot control their publicity. They can generate publicity, but they cannot control their publicity. And I'll give you a case in point. I generate a huge amount of following for this game. Every single day, a couple of times a show, I'll do this and I'll say, hey guys, if you're new to Ashes of Creation and you haven't signed up already, do me a favor, click on the referral link. Doesn't cost you anything, but it does get you signed up. You'll start getting their newsletters. I do get a financial kickback. That financial kickback helps pay for the stuff like the music you heard at the beginning of the show. I'm using all of that. I'm doing stream overlay reworks. I'm producing a steampunk music album and a lot of art. So that's where that money goes. Plus, it helps me get more beta keys and it lets Intrepid know that I'm still reaching new people. See, I got a little sales thing there. Big part of that, though, is marketing. That is marketing. Because they created a referral system. Publicity is what I generate every single day, but they have no control over me. They have no control over the stuff I say. And believe me, there is stuff that I say that I am sure they wish I wasn't saying. Am I going to be giving away beta keys? Yes, when I have them. I will get beta keys down the line. Can we buy the steampunk music album? You won't have to buy it. It'll be free on Spotify. It'll be free on Spotify. Now, if you wanted to buy the steampunk album, I could probably come up with a way for you to do that. Will there be indicators on a caravan as to what it is carrying? I hope so. If I'm going to risk attacking it, I'd like to at least have a vague idea of what the potential reward. What do you risk? What do you risk by attacking a caravan? You don't risk anything by attacking the caravan. Now, I guess you risk, the only thing an attacker risks is reputation and PvP season rating. So, time, I guess time would be a good one, Melon. I'll go with that. Guerrilla marketing through viral buzz is still good. Yeah, there is a reason why. There is a reason why I am a gorilla. I am a gorilla. I have been a gorilla for more than 20 years. My mentor in marketing was trained directly by J. Conrad Livingston. I am a gorilla. I have always been a gorilla. I believe guerrilla marketing is the absolutely best way to do your marketing. And if you follow all of the rules of being a gorilla, then yes, what Karthos just said, even people shit talking the game are still marketing it. Is that true? Yes, that statement is true. You're not marketing it through people shit talking your game, but they are still marketing it. A lot of people don't realize that marketing are the actions that you take. Publicity is the result of all actions taken regarding your product. I'd rather attack caravans not knowing what's in the caravan so as to create strategies for dummy caravans to draw attention away from the caravan transporting critical goods. I mean, you could do that. You could put some random stuff. You could put some random stuff on the top or in it just so to put the icon on it. That YouTube video with the steampunk teaser you uploaded has some chilling art. I'm going to imagine that you mean The Lost Child. And if you guys didn't see that, let me load that. Yeah, you didn't know J. Conrad Livingston died? I didn't know it was 2013 though. I thought he died it was October 10th, 2013. I thought it was a little bit earlier. It was a little bit earlier than that. But if you guys didn't, I thought man, I got like a big black void in my brain between 2009 and 2013 due to some of the military work I was doing. I was busy. I was busy during those years. This is the piece of artwork that the speaker referenced. I'm gonna just cover up everything for a second so you guys can see this full screen. I hired this artist to do the album cover, and if you zoom in, I guess you can't zoom in, but this artist went above and beyond. So yeah, I'm producing a steampunk art and music experience called Steampunk Dreams. It's also a novel that I'm writing. So I'm busy. I got my fingers in a lot of pies. So let's see. Appreciate the info. I'll catch the rest of the video when it's uploaded because I must depart. See you later. Fingers in pies, not sanitary. It's sanitary. My hands are clean. I washed them on Tuesday. How do you think the Underrealm nodes are going to affect Siege PvP? Caves feel like they might limit space and Siege engines quite a bit. They're not caves. Think of them as underground caverns. So they are like this, except a lot bigger. This is just an example of how the Underrealm works. So these are going to be very large. Now, are there going to be tunnels? Yes. Are there going to be smaller caves? Yes, of course. But where the nodes are going to be laid out like Overrealm nodes. There's going to be enough room to properly siege them. Now, is it possible that a Underrealm node has some advantages? Absolutely. It's Zenedra. Did you ever read Dinotopia? It's going to be like the world beneath from that book. Is it? Maybe. Possibly. Es posible. Only if you like your finger in between pies. Man, we can take that comment so far and so far out of context. I'm just gonna Frost, please mark on my score sheet that a rabbit got away from me because I am not going down that rabbit hole. Do I think APOC will come back? No, and it's not a matter of think, it's a matter of I know it's not. Again, hit the link tree up, go to the October interview, and then on the bottom of the October interview, Steven says why APOC isn't going to come back. It's a pretty good little short segment. Steven talks about when you have an ops team and a sustainment team and everything. He can't afford to pull people off of his development team to become the ops and sustainment team. He's got to worry about getting the game out. So I did want to finish off the Samsung story. For those of you that have been following for what was it? Hold on. What was it? The last 36 days. 36 days ago, I started a live stream and my monitor broke. I booted up my computer for the day, my monitor broke, and I sent my monitor to Samsung. 36 days later, I finally got my refund check. The sad part of it was that I'd already bought this Asus gaming monitor, which is actually a piece of shit, right? I cannot endorse Asus gaming monitors unless there's some secret to this monitor. It just doesn't have a good color. And Zetrix told me why, because I'm an idiot. But you know, when you're an idiot, you deserve to have $500 shitty monitors. So, hey, Jahlon plus chat, just wanted to stop by and drop some love and let you all know I'm mostly AFK for a few weeks. Finally got my Japanese visa re-up stuff done today. So I have an unbelievable amount of packing and things to cancel and coordinate. Have fun. Talk to you later. Oh, that's good. Congrats. That's always good. And sorry about the novel. No, man, I like to hear what's going on with my followers. Apparently you all found a new command. It's like a new toy. Can you change the colors or do you mean the panel? I mean the panel. So it was my own fault because I trusted other people. And I need to learn to not do that. Although I trusted Zetrix, but so I'm being kind of hypocritical there. But I do want to say that if you go to this monitor, what my stupidity was is this is the monitor I bought. This is the monitor that I bought. Yeah, you can get a ICC file to get the colors better. I did, and the color still is still horrible. Yes, Samanti, the red mark over their head is the purple state. They weren't actually dueling. Group duels isn't in yet. But yeah, that's the monitor I got. And if you click over there, it tells you that the display technology is LCD. But when you scroll all the way to the bottom, it tells you that it's LED. The display type on the Amazon is wrong. I'm thinking about sending a message to Amazon. Yeah, the HDR is the issue. It's HDR10. I just can't get a rich black out of it. But I mean, it's okay. It's okay because it's now this side monitor. I have it up here for all the websites. So did I buy a $500 gaming monitor to put websites up on it? Yeah. Am I a little angry I spent that much? Sure. Am I okay with it? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I would have bought another monitor anyway, because the monitor I had was little small. Websites at 144 hertz, websites at 165 hertz. How are things going? Things are going great. Things are going amazing. Do I have any idea? I've already reloaded to grab this. Do I have any idea about the audio and music in the game? Yeah, the music is being made by Bear McCreary. You can look him up on YouTube. He is a world-renowned composer. He did like 15 amazing things: The Walking Dead, Battlestar Galactica, God of War, Outlander, Chucky, Godzilla. The guy just never stops. He's the bagpipes guy. So Bear McCreary and the music is going to be fine. Now the sound effects is going to be different. And I do agree that if the sound effects are wonky or stupid, it does tend to be a drawback. However, I have every faith and every confidence that they're going to get taken care of. Yeah, don't ever apologize for reposting. If I miss something, put repost on the front of it so I know I missed you. I do miss some stuff, especially when everybody does followage. Do you know if there's going to be any plans to include team-based puzzles inside dungeons and raids? There will be jumping puzzles inside raids. However, don't expect there to be too many, and don't expect them to be team-based. Because guess what? People hate that shit. Not trying to be diminutive to the things that people like, but the majority of people hate that shit. The majority of people hate that shit. So, I've heard that sound effects will be made up entirely of Wilhelm screams at different pitches. Yes. Was Black Legend the game that you were testing a few months ago? Just saw the 325 release and it looks familiar. Yes. Black Legend was a game that I was testing. Unfortunately, I had a bug in it. Unfortunately, I never got around to finishing the game review, and I've come to the conclusion that it's faster for me to just work on stuff that people actually watch. My game review videos get like 200 views, and so I would rather do an Ashes video that at least gets a couple of thousand, rather than waste my time, effort, and energy on stuff that gets like 200 views. So gotta focus on what you do good. Now, like I said, I will definitely be covering the new Aliens game. Good day, guys. Good day. Where we at? We're at 3 hours on the show. It feels like we just started. It's always good when I'm not even like halfway through my list of stuff I wanted to talk about. That Alien game looks fun. Yeah, I agree. For all the you took damage noises, we just need sounds of Jay groaning to what someone said. You know, right? So, we did the professions one. I got a couple of other Reddit threads. It's like I blinked and people invaded the Reddit. Sorry if this has been answered anywhere. I had a quick look around and I didn't see anything. Can I just jump in and play between those dates? No. So I've recently stumbled upon Ashes of Creation, and I've been searching the whole internet for infos of this game. Now I've made myself a pretty good picture of what this is going to be, but I was wondering, after so many shitty scam releases of MMOs that only advertise their game through skins and stuff like that, if Ashes of Creation is going to be just like these. I am really hoping it won't be, and I'm really looking forward to playing it, but with all these skins and cosmetics they advertise, I'm not really sure what to think. It's looking like quit the scam to me. Well, I'm just gonna, okay, first of all, if you're gonna fucking, if you're gonna ask a fucking loaded ass question, don't have fucking typos. Um, it's all looking like quite the scam to me, but I'm hoping some of you can provide me with some arguments against my thesis. What the fuck? Like, seriously, what the fuck is this post? I have stumbled upon Ashes of Creation. I've been searching the whole internet for infos of this game. We're gonna answer live. So, I read this twice and I missed the thesis. Your argument is basically that because they are pre-selling cosmetics, you think the game may be a scam. Nobody can change that perspective. That is yours alone. However, with the amount of information, oh, you guys can't. Over with the amount of information we have about this game, I'm no longer sure if I can accept with any level of sincerity any argument that is made calling Ashes a scam. If you want raw information about the game, watch this. I'm gonna be fucking dropping knowledge bombs. If you want raw information about the game, go to the wiki. If you want a textbook about the game, visit. Ow, that was my shoulder. That very loud pop. I don't need that shoulder joint. Visit and the Azure. Oh, Azure. And if you want the transcripts of the live streams, hit up. There you go. That's all they're getting. Oh, did I? No, thank you. And not now. I'm no longer sure. Thank you. I am not a spelling bee champion. This is true. This is absolute truth. Thanks for answering. Have you played Dynasty 2 raids? I thought they did team-based puzzle mechanics really well. First of all, is Destiny 2 an MMORPG? Because I don't think Destiny 2 really counts as an MMORPG. I think it counts as a multiplayer game. I don't think it counts as an MMORPG. Number two, I hate spelling on public because it's like public math. Team-based puzzles. To say that Destiny 2 did team-based puzzles really well doesn't really change the fact that nobody likes team-based puzzles. Team-based puzzles in a game like Destiny 2 work because it's the style of the game. I don't think a lot of people want. Now, jumping puzzles versus problem-solving puzzles. Sure. Star Wars: The Old Republic, you remember the spinning pillars and you had to figure that one out? That was good. That was good. Rift had a big puzzle community. Why am I drawing a blank on Rift puzzles? Why am I drawing a blank on Rift puzzles? Any word on a system to prevent corrupted from logging off to avoid defeat. Simplest solution would be a 30 to 45 second timer to log off or the player persists in the world if Alt F4 is used. But haven't read anything on it, so I just thought I would ask. Okay. Can we start with the fact that I'm a solution should only be presented. A solution should only be presented when there is a problem. Like our guy yesterday or 2 days ago that said problems have to be created, but you don't create problems. They exist. Problems aren't created. I mean, you can artificially exacerbate a problem, but problems aren't created. They exist. And entrepreneurs create solutions to problems. Anyway. Anyway. People are created, so problems are created. Shit, Lard, you got me on that one. Simplest solution would be a 30 to 45 second timer. So your simple solution is to actually reduce the amount of time by 30 to 15 seconds. Your log off timer is a minute. Now, and in fact, I think your log off timer when you're corrupted may be 5 minutes. Give me 1 second, guys. Oh yeah, hold on. Players cannot log off while flagged. There is a 60-second timer to log out while corrupted. Sorry, I do test several games, so sometimes I gotta get a detail like that. Yeah, if you're purple, you can't log out. You persist. If you're red and you're not in combat, you persist for at least 60 seconds. Any word on a system, you know what we're going to do? We're going to... yes. 60 seconds if you are corrupted. You cannot log out while flagged for PvP. Purple, probably to be read as in combat, which would affect reds. Since you cannot be just purple, you must have flagged and tagged. We're just gonna leave it as flagged and tagged because I don't want to drop too many knowledge bombs on them on people. Otherwise, the UN is gonna have me up on charges at The Hague. Let's see. Then you have greens alt F4ing to avoid combat. Yeah, but if a green, here's the story. If a green F4 is to avoid combat, I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem, to be honest. What do you do if you get a bug in Stream Raiders? Got twice unlock an army to unlock and unlocked one, as of course I should not have. Now I have 0 gold and no gold from the chests. Report it to Stream Raiders. I've never seen that bug. I've never heard of that bug. You'd have to tell. You'd have to tell Stream Raiders that. Oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. That's useful. Good stuff. I assume there's a timer for greens as well. There's probably a 10-second timer for greens, but there's no problem. There's no problem if greens alt F4 if there's a 10-second timer. Because greens, remember, greens aren't the people running around causing problems. So what does it matter if a green alt F4s? Now, if a green is carrying a bunch of expensive shit and alt F4s and doesn't have at least a 10-second timer, then yeah, I could see that as a problem. There you go. Stream Raiders just posted in the Discord and it popped into my Discord. Everyone just got word from the team regarding the duplicate units bug with today's update. We ask that you do not upgrade those units. Your gold will be lost when we roll out the fix. There you go. I don't think it would be any problem to just simply annoyance of, let's say they took a resource you want. Yeah, I agree, but that was 45 minutes ago. Yeah, I need to figure out a way to have Discord up too. But Discord gets distracting because a lot of people PM me during my streams. So I don't understand all the hate this game. Another monitor. Fuck. Now I could put it up on this monitor. I could put it up on this monitor. In fact, I could put OBS on this monitor, put Discord on this monitor, and be fine. The problem is it's distracting to me because I get so many PMs. I don't understand all the hate this game is getting. From my perspective, the developers of the game are being super open and transparent. They hold monthly sessions to talk about the game. They seem very vocal and responsive to the community. I get that they've made lots of promises, but this game is 2 years, if not further away from a full release. What is all the hate? Not every single issue or problem can be fixed overnight. Things take time. If they can include half of what they promised at launch, I, for one will be immensely pleased, with the hope that they will continue to work towards everything they promised. Let me, first of all, slap this person. I want to slap this person because if Intrepid only delivers half of what they promised, why in the hell are you setting the bar where delivering half is acceptable? You guys know that I'm about to do a video slamming Samsung tonight or tomorrow. Even though they got me my refund check, I think waiting 36 calendar days for a refund check is wholly unacceptable. I don't think I should have to wait 36 days to get a refund because you don't have a problem with taking my money 10 seconds after I hit purchase. You have my money. Why should I have to wait for your check run on Friday? In fact, why are we at the point where the only ways I could get my money back was as a gift card to your own website or a paper check? Now, yeah, how much VIG you charge them? The VIG I'm charging them is the negative video I'm doing about him. You guys know that I have standards. You guys know I have a cat. Oh, he's behind. I was like, what the hell's in his face? Look at it. That is my chair. And instead of being a normal cat and sitting in the chair, oh, now see, he knows he's on camera. He knows he's on camera. They're hoping that you'll not want to wait so long, so you go for the store credit. You know what the funny part was, though, when I was talking to my customer service rep? I said to my customer service rep, I said, you're offering me like $30 more. They offered me, I think my refund check was for $476, but they offered me $506 for in-store credit. And the guy was trying to talk me up on that option. And I said, hey man, you owe me a monitor. You don't have the monitor in stock for me to buy. Because if you had the monitor in stock for me to buy, you'd be giving me an $800 monitor. You don't have the monitor I want. And I'm going to be doing this video because this person's post is supposed to be like, you guys are all the problem. And I have to look at this person and say, no, man, you're the problem. If they include half of what they've promised at launch, I, for one, will be immensely pleased, with the hope that they continue to work towards everything they promised. If you come to accept poor customer service, you come to accept poor customer service. I'll give you an example. I get massage therapy done on my back because my back is horribly jacked up from my shoulder service. I'm fortunate where I live right now. I have a massage therapist. I've had the same massage therapist since 2016. When I was in Ohio, I found a massage therapist. I got lucky. First time, great massage therapist. When I was in Kansas, I went through about 6 massage therapists until I found one that was good. The problem is that I'm not going to go and pay for a luxury item and accept poor customer service. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the fault of the massage therapist. It could be the the fault of the spa. It could be the fault of the people at the front. It could be the fault of the janitor. It could be the fault of a lot of people. But I'm not going to accept poor customer service. Now, I'm also not one of these irrational Karens. If my therapist is sick, my therapist is sick. If the building closes due to COVID, the building's closed due to COVID. If there's a blizzard, get me rescheduled. So there are people who cause problems, which this person's kind of trying to address. They're trying to say, why are you making every single thing a big issue? And I 100% agree with that. Except I don't give Intrepid the carte blanche to say that they're going to deliver half. What's this half nonsense? Half? I expect Intrepid to deliver 96.1% of everything they said they're going to deliver. Because if they don't deliver at least that much, then I want to know why. I want to know why are you saying half? Is that like you're going to pay whatever, $150 to go to Disney World and it's okay if only half the rides are open? Are you going to pay for 4 plane tickets and only half of your party gets to go on the plane today? Like, you know, are you going to go and order a T-bone, a baked potato, and veggies, and they only bring you the baked potato and the veggies because you didn't even specify which half? What if they deliver you social organizations, they deliver you the artisan system, they deliver you castles, nodes, but they don't deliver you combat? Can you live without that half? Most of the hate is born from the desire and passion. Most of the hate is born from desire and passion. Yeah, I would agree with that. I believe that the twins of wrath and lust are Janus. They're opposite sides of the same coin. I definitely agree with you there. Are you eating my chair? You know that is unacceptable. So, but anyway, they hold monthly sessions to talk about the game. True. They seem very vocal and responsive to the community. True. I get they've made lots of promises, but this game is what? 2 years, if not further away from a full release? Ah, you see, this is where the person doesn't know. They don't know, man. Scotty doesn't know. Scotty doesn't know. What is all the hate? I don't know. Could part of the hate be that they're already 1 year, 2 months, and 5 days late? I mean, do you not have to factor in and consider how late they are? Because I think you need to factor in and consider how late they are. I don't think you can just disregard the facts of the case. The facts of the case are this: you're late. I don't think it's hate. I think it's frustration. And I don't think it's just frustration. I think it's fear. And here's why I say that. ArcAge 2 is in development. Right now, all the games that are in development, New World, Chronicles of Illyria, Kingdom of Illyria. Yes, there is a Kingdom of Illyria now in development. I'm not making that up. So, New World, Chronicles of Illyria, Crowfall, Camelot Unchained, none of those games are in development and are going to be a threat to Ashes of Creation. Ashes of Creation is kind of like the big lion roaming the savannah, looking at the jackals, looking at the hyenas, saying, none of you are a threat to me. But now that grass shifting, that thunderous, run, that's ArcAge 2, and it's coming. ArcAge 2 is coming to rule the savannah. ArcAge 2 is coming with a new view, a new mindset, a new development strategy. Now, do I believe Jake's song when he says he's learned from the mistakes of ArcAge and he has figured out a better way to design games that are both mutually inclusive of Korea and Western values. Yes, I absolutely believe that. And I have to believe that because why would I not? Why would I say that I don't believe that that Excel Games is gonna invest millions, tens of millions of dollars on the development of a game? Tens of millions. Tens of millions. Okay. I already have that poll down below. But do you think that they're going to invest tens of millions of dollars into a game that's going to flop? No, I don't think so. No, Gamigo won't be touching it. Gamigo won't be touching it because Cacao bought XL Games. Oh, do I not have that particular... Oh, I don't have that question. Yeah, I'll put that question up. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab that question and I'm going to put that up as a poll for next week. Because that's a long-term question. What the hell? So, do I think that XL Games, that Jake Song, the guy who was responsible for Lineage 2, the guy that was responsible for Arcade, do I think that he's going to sit down, look at what he's got, decide what he's got, and then talk to Cacao about how they're going to design the game so it doesn't have a bunch of monetization hooks? Yes, I do. Remember, how you design your game, is equally important to pay to win or not. If Intrepid does everything they want to do, there's only a couple of areas of Intrepid's designs that lend themselves to pay to win. Now, with that said, if Arcade 2 comes out and says, for $299, you can Founders Pack, fuck it. I might do a $299 pack, but that would be because I could probably make more than $299 doing Arcade 2 101. Bye, Zenedra. A delayed game is eventually good. A bad game is bad forever. Yeah, Zomax, the thing about that is a delayed game is eventually good is not exactly true. A delayed game that launches is eventually good. That's not even true either. A delayed game could eventually become good. A bad game is bad forever. There is a factor. There is a thing you have to consider. If a company's running out of money, again, I like the scene from Pearl Harbor, Alec Baldwin, and they're on the aircraft carrier with the Army bombers. We're 632 miles from Japan. Now. We launch now. They launched because they had no choice. It was either launch or abort. Well, they could have aborted that mission. But what if it's launch or we go bankrupt? Duke Nukem was forever was terrible and it was delayed for years. Same with Final Fantasy 15. True. Duke Nukem Forever was terrible and it was delayed for years. Final Fantasy 15 was delayed. Now, Talents, unfortunately, I have to disagree with you about Final Fantasy 15. And here's why. Final Fantasy 15 is not a terrible game. Final Fantasy 15 is a terrible Final Fantasy game. Final Fantasy 15 is a really good game. It's just not a good Final Fantasy game. Cyberpunk 2077? Cyberpunk 2077 isn't a terrible game. Cyberpunk 2077 runs terribly on the older generation consoles. Do you think Ashes runs the risk of showing us too much that it won't be exciting or surprising when we see it? No. Because you are loud today. I don't think outside of Intrepid Studios, I don't think there's anybody who could step up to the mic and say, I know more about Ashes of Creation than Jay. I think there's people who can jump up to the mic and say, I know just as much about Ashes of Creation as Jay, Lex, Shaz, unknown. A couple of other people know, I would say, as much as me. But I don't think anybody can say they know more than me. And the only reason why that is important is because I am still excited and I am still surprised when I see new stuff. Hello? Hello? All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I wanted to say hello to my daughter. Just got home. Yeah, so I don't think anybody knows more about Ashes of Creation than I do, and I am still excited every single time new stuff comes out. Just because, and I want to make this statement. I make this statement often, but I want to make this statement publicly right now on this particular discussion. Just because I am overly critical of Intrepid Studios, just because it appears as if I am overly negative about Intrepid Studios, doesn't mean I'm unfairly critical, nor does it mean I'm negative. I'm of the belief that I'm going to hold them to this standard. I'm going to hold them to that standard because that is the standard that they essentially asked to be held to. I am going to hold you to that standard because, right? If I do that, then if you fall short of that standard, you're still going to be so much better than every other video game company. However, if I start doing what this guy on the Reddit says, and I let you off the hook because you if I say, oh, it's okay, standards are getting lowered, then, and again, guys, I have zero shame in stealing jokes from Carlos Mencia because Carlos Mencia steals his jokes from everybody else. You got, this is an A, and then we lower the standard a little bit, and then we lower the standard a little bit, and then we lower the standard a little bit, and we lower the standard a little bit, and now we've got people with developmental disabilities getting A's in normal classes. And this is happening. People with developmental disabilities, there's no fault of their own, but they shouldn't be getting an A in normal kid history, normal kid math, normal kid English. They should be getting an A in let's teach them to their level. And oh my God, I can't believe he said that. He's so culturally insensitive. I can't believe you can't believe that I said that. I am not going to allow Intrepid to move. Like, for example, you guys know on ashes101.com, I used to have a section of Ashes 101 that every single week, I gave them you did not deliver a formalized weekly update. Not that I think that I deserve one or I'm entitled to one. Okay? Not that I think that I deserve one or I'm entitled to one. I say this because you said that I'm entitled to it. You told me that I'm entitled to it. I didn't say that, I didn't say that I thought that I should get it. You told me. You told me that I could have it. You told me that I could have this, this weekly update. I said a weekly update was absolutely, positively asinine. That they absolutely should not have had a weekly update, anything. But they did. So for over a year, I just like beat the dog shit out of them. And I was like, oh, really? Oh, really? Where's my weekly update? Where's my weekly update? Where's my weekly update? Where's my weekly update? Where is my weekly update? And we never got it. And so finally I said to Steven in an interview, like, now here's the thing. I'm beating the dog shit out of him. And this is not me assuming what they said. It literally said from the community marketing lead, we're going to give you a monthly video. We're going to give you a weekly update. And then it started backpedaling. And I'm like, hold up a second. Why are we backpedaling? Because other companies backpedal. What other companies do is backpedal. But you don't want to be other companies. You want to be held to a higher standard. So you told us we were going to get a weekly update. Where the fuck is my weekly update? Because it's mine. And then the problem I had with people is there were people that were yelling at me who were white knighting to me saying, well, why do you feel entitled to a weekly update? And I said, well, you dumb fuck. I feel entitled to it because they said I could have it. I finally said to Steven, hey, can we get rid of this unreal? Like, why does somebody from outside the company have to say to the CEO during an interview, can we get rid of this unrealistic? Can we get rid of this highly unrealistic, you're going to give us a weekly update? I'm the guy who has said multiple times, I want Intrepid to stop talking to us. I want Intrepid to know shit. I want them to jump up on the Discord and say, all right, guys, we are doing a 60-day blackout. Stop it. We are doing a 60-day blackout on, and we are going to do 3 sprints back to back. We're going to do 3 sprints back to back. Now, if anybody was to try to turn around and say that's unrealistic, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself, because in the military, exercising an entire base to figure out if something was possible, we did full-blown base exercises every 3 weeks. A prep week, an exercise week, a decompression, and a change week. We didn't even have a 2-week sprint between them. We did 4 back-to-back sprints like this to figure out if something was possible. And it was possible. And we did do it. And was I hated on that base? Yes, I was. Were people ready to kill me on that base? Yes, they were. But I don't believe in bullshit half measures. I want Intrepid to just, at the end of the April to May testing, I want them to, on May 6th, I want them to do a live stream on May 7th, right? I want them to do a live stream on May 7th. And what I want them to do is on Friday, May 7th, I want them to say, guys, we have gathered 30 consecutive days of data. We are going to go into a 60-day blackout sprint. We are going to do 3 back-to-back 2-week sprints with a week in between. We are going to not change the cosmetics because we're going to keep the cosmetics that are up rolling so that we don't take our eye off any balls. We are not going to put any quarters in the marketing machine for 60 days. This is our marketing push for May to June and June to July. We're going to come back after that 4th of July weekend, and we're going to have another alpha testing client up because we're going to get more data. And that is the fucking end. That is the end of what you need to do, because they don't have an end then. And then what? And then what? You're going to keep doing this marketing, right? Because now they've opened themselves up to the shit I have to say, because I don't work for Intrepid, I work for you guys. And I have to say, Why do you have 3%? Why do you have more than 3% of your development team as marketing? And I know part of the answer they can give. And when I cue them up a softball like that, why is more than 3% of your team marketing and community management? And the first thing I'm going to say was, well, Margaret wears many hats. And I'm going to say, yeah, they do agile. I'm going to say, okay, but what do you need a social media manager for unless he's got other hat talents? And then why aren't you telling people why you're bringing him on the team? But it looks like from the dude's resume that he really is just a social media manager. But these are the things that when you're late, you don't get to tell the customer what they can and cannot ask. You can tell the customer what I will and will not answer. But like Negan teaches us, not making a decision is a big decision. You choose not to answer the hardball questions, then not giving an answer is an answer. Absolutely. I remember when I was doing my Archer test on ArcH quite well. Jay was just sitting there like, dude, why? Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you on the updates. They sound like Star Citizen. Don't make promises you can't keep. The same goes for game features. Yeah. The thing is, what is the number one deliverable? The whole fucking game on time. Intrepid can never check that box. My problem with them doing a monthly update at this point is that more and more of you are PMing me and talking to me in private about everything Intrepid does seems like it's focused on the money first. And the website thing, and I know I've beat the dog shit out of this, but the worst part is that I don't want to talk about the specifics of the website being all about the money, but I want to say, how did you not learn your lesson when in 2018, everybody else beat the dog shit out of you about APOC being all about the money. I had to beat the dog shit out of you in 2018 about APOC being all about the money because the stupid shit that came out of your mouth. I had to pitch specific pitches to you and queue you up on specific questions in a private Discord call that was recorded and then publicized. In order for you to answer. It's like I say from the movie Deep Impact. In the movie Deep Impact, they want a reporter to ask a question. So they give her the first question in the press briefing. She asks a question. It's not the question they want. And nobody else has the story. So the president says, literally, I think you have another question. Hey, stupid, ask me the question you want to ask. Now, the my.com thing, throw the my.com thing out the window, because unfortunately, if you're going to try to beat Intrepid up over my.com, you're going to lose, because I'm Toby Ziegler, and if you come at us from the left, I'm going to own your ass. You don't have an argument. You don't have a single argument about why my.com was bad. Intrepid wouldn't be, no, stop. Again, back up. You don't have a single argument for why going with my.com was bad. They needed to go with a distributor who was willing to teach them. Because Intrepid didn't have... Now they're going to be able to self-publish. Intrepid didn't have that skill set on team. And again, when you have a business partner, you can ask your business partner a lot of questions and get a lot of answers. The people who are willing to train you the most are the people who have the most to lose. Or the people who are like me, and I have nothing to lose by helping you with your content creation career. But at the same time, I'm also not doing it out of the goodness of my heart. I do get something in the transactional value. Number one, if you're making content about ashes, a rising tide raises all boats. A rising tide raises all boats. So if I help you become an Ashes of Creation content creator, then obviously you're going to help my product along as well. Number two, I get the good feeling out of the fact that I helped you. So I'm not like doing it for nothing. I'm just doing it for no tangible reward. So my.com, at face value looked like a horrible decision. But when you look at the business dealings of that, who else were they going to get to help them publish in Europe? And then you say, well, they're able to self-publish in Europe now. Sure, they're able to self-publish in Europe now. How many business meetings do you think that Intrepid had with My.com? I think this game will fail if they don't do something soon. No, I disagree with you, Kasam. I think that they need to... I don't think they need to do something. I don't think they need to do something for the sake of doing something, but I definitely think that they need to have a sit down. Margaret needs to have a sit down with Steven and Jeff and rein them the fuck in, right? Rein them. Well, Steven needs to be reined in a little bit. Jeff needs to be like more vocal. Otherwise, Jeff is a great dude, but I do have to say, what is Jeff at the live streams for most of the time? They wanted more control than they were going to give them for EU, right? That would have been the obvious choice. Yeah, I mean, every other publisher wanted more control than Intrepid wanted to give them. The game is still in development. But the game is late. That is the piece that we got to always focus on. The game is late. The game doesn't have a milestone marker. It doesn't have a development timeline. And there are still a lot of problems with Intrepid. Now, you know what I forgot? Hold on, guys. I do need to... I love when people... make statements. Now the question is, how do I find it? Oh, you know how I find it? I do it like this. Hold on. Yes. I want to address something that Margaret said. Oh, you know what I could do? I could not be an empty, and I could do this. Let me turn off this. Let me go to the top of this. And I want to go to forums because I already pre-programmed one for the forums. Right? Did I not? What? Oh. Okay. So. Are you concerned that freehold building cosmetics that you purchase will end up being classified as something you don't intend to use? I've made a list hoping that Steven or Margaret might identify past building cosmetics, make future cosmetics based on what we haven't seen yet or only have had one of, identify future cosmetics as to what building the cosmetics get applied to. This is an amazing post. However, return breaks, man. Return breaks. You made this, you gotta go in, you made this a little bit hard to read, but it should have been unknown, guild hall, tavern, inn, house, should have been like one line, like bulleted. But this is a lot. If you're looking at this is a lot of cosmetic skins. This is a lot of cosmetic skins. Like social area should have just been up under unknown. Alchemy building, plague lab. Yeah, you're right. As we go down. We have been told there's a backlog on the details you seek. First of all, this idiot, I don't even know who this person is. This person is the example of the white knights that I keep saying need to shut the fuck up. Okay? This person right here is the example of a horrible white knight, and you need to shut the fuck up. We have been told there's a backlog on the details you seek. We've been told when the details are known, the future cosmetics and the past cosmetics will all have the details adjusted to clarify what you speak. Get the fuck out of this guy's way and let this guy get an answer from these two people. This isn't a situation where this list is available in our community member and our poster, who, by the way, if you notice, Intrepid Pack, no Intrepid Pack. I'm not saying that hierarchy should matter, but I'm going to guess that this person knows a little bit the fuck more than this person because this person has a $500+ investment. Okay? White knights are fine. White knights are fine if you're going to give an answer that is already in circulation and our community member is just a dumb fuck and can't find the answer. Then you white knight. But this is a very, very pointed question specifically to Stephen and Margaret. You're not looking for community, and this person's in my community. If this answer was available and this hadn't been talked about on my show, they'd know the answer. Yes, it's been asked about before. We just never got a resolution. Hi there. This is where, okay, I'm gonna probably get called to the principal's office. Fuck it. We are going to be working with the design team regarding all of the cosmetic options versus which they can be applied to, and I will provide further information at a future date. We know y'all have been asking for this information for a while. Design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestones, but once they have time to send that information over to me, I will relay that and make sure it's placed somewhere where it's easy to consume, as well as updating information in various places to coincide with for past items. We appreciate your patience in this meantime. You appreciate my patience? Then why the fuck don't you stop selling freehold cosmetic skins? Because apparently this answer tells me you don't give a shit about your customers. You don't give a shit about your customers. And this also tells me right now, God, am I hot? It tells me right now, you have a huge project manager fucking crisis on your hands. If I was a CPI expert, oh shit, I am a CPI expert. This is not the fuck how anything should be happening, period. Dot. Ever. The design team should not need to be consulted with the salesperson. Margaret is the community marketing lead. Marketing lead. Community marketing lead. Sales. Okay? Sales. The problem here is that the design team should be telling you what you have to sell. You should not be creating cosmetics that the design team has not been intimately engaged with. Remember guys, and you can probably find it on one of my other shows. Remember I said once, I have a huge fear. I have a huge fear that they don't have this list. They don't have this list lined up with what buildings it goes on. We are going to be working with the design team regarding all of the cosmetic options. Bullshit! The design team better have this fucking list. A community member already pulled up. I'm gonna give you a B, a solid B, maybe a B- on the quality of your list. But the list is mostly here. Are you telling me that somebody on the design team can't spend 2 minutes? Can't spend 2 minutes and tell me what these go on? Because if you can't do this, your company has major procedural flaws. And here's the thing. There ain't nobody at fucking Intrepid Studios with more project management experience than me. I admit all the time, I don't have dick for experience on video games. But I used to carry, and I wish I had it. I think I threw it out because I was never going to need it again. I carried in a briefcase, okay? I walked around everywhere I went for 2.5 years at one job and 4 years at another job with a stack of binders. And there was nothing. There was not a damn thing that I didn't have updates for. 166 global locations in the world. And I carried a binder with information on all 166 global locations. I could get stopped by somebody when I was in the MagCom building, okay? I could get stopped. And they would say, hey, can you answer me a question about can you answer me a question about Wright-Patterson Air Force Base? And I'd say, what do you need to know? Can you tell me what the maximum fuel output per hour is? I'd be like, as soon as I know who you are, and as soon as I know you need to know that information, yes, I can give that to you right here, right now. I have that. Margaret says in almost every stream, oh, I worked on this. I've been excited about this set, and you don't know what it is? Wow, we finally kind of got there. You're designing cosmetics that the design team needs to tell you. The design team needs to tell you what these items go on. This is an ass fucking backwards process. You want it? You know that I say that if Steven ever calls me up and wants me to do a CPI event, a Lean Six Sigma event at his company, this would be the fucking first thing. This would be the first fucking thing I address. How the fuck does your process work? Because there is no, at this point, there is no, zero explanation that you're gonna give me as a project manager that tells me that because Margaret should have a list of things. This is how it should work. Margaret should have a list of buildings that still need cosmetics on them. Margaret should not be producing cute fucking fluffy ideas for cosmetics that the design team needs to then create a building for, create a function for. This list up here, we have guild halls, we have taverns, we have inns. We've never seen an inn cosmetic. We've never seen a cosmetic that lends itself to an inn. Alchemy building, the plague lab. At no point, when I bought the alchemist set, the dark alchemist set, the necromancer set, was I told that the plague lab was going to have to go in an alchemy building. Bullshit. That was never said. That was said years after. So you are selling something. I don't even think you know what you're selling. And this answer tells me right now, we know y'all. Okay, you're an executive at a multi-million-dollar company. You are the community marketing lead. We know that you have been asking for this information for a while. Design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestone. But once they have time to send that information over to me, what the fuck sort of organization do you work at that you are one of the top 12 people and you don't have access to the GDD? But you're busy designing stuff and you're busy answering. You are the mouth. You are the voice of a studio. You are the voice of the company. And you don't have access, then what are you designing? Then how do you even know what you designed is ever going to be applicable? This is one of those situations, guys, where I talk about this and I know I come off as a dickhead, right? And I don't care. I don't care because this is my wheelhouse. And this is what I do. What I do is marketing from 20 years ago when marketing actually was fucking a science and an art. And you gave a shit about what you did in life. Okay? And y'all is fine to say in casual conversation, but y'all is not acceptable in a formal statement. So what you're telling me is this. You designed, and I actually, hold on, let's not even use this one. I'm going to leave it up there, but I'm going to go get it. Does anybody actually, like, at one point, Steven was accused of being a micromanager. People said Steven's a micromanager and Steven needs to let people do their jobs. You know what? I'm going to disagree. If Steven was a micromanager and Steven has stopped being a micromanager, he needs the fuck to go back to doing it, and everything should need his signature. Because that statement right there, is pick and shovel, man. You fix the website and then you say something that just leads to huge issues. Empyreans have shown time and again that they are equally as capable artisans as they are warriors. This promenade captures the essence of the peace and order they wish to cultivate, serving as the ultimate symbol of matrimony between nature's beauty and Empyrean progress. So unless this is a shrine, what does it do? And unless it's a shrine, and what does it do? Why are you designing it? Yeah, or it's a church. Well, it can't be a church for marrying people. It would have to be a shrine, because none of the items from the game can be a tangible item. They all have to be a cosmetic skin only. So my point is this. I understand that you're trying to give an answer here. I understand the intention here is to give an answer. But this right here is not an answer. This is a parent answer. What's a parent answer? A parent answer is when your kids give certain answers in a certain tone of voice, you get your ass up and you go running. What are the things that are going to get a parent out of a chair faster than anything else? Number one, silence for more than 3 or 4 minutes. Parents, you all know what I'm talking about. If you have multiple small-ish, mid-range-ish children, and it gets eerily quiet for more than, if you get multiple lines in your novel, if you're sitting there and you're like, wait a minute. That's when you walk into the bathroom and you suddenly find the fucking dog in the toilet getting a bath. And any parents, you know what I'm talking about. You know that three minutes of silence is okay. Anything more and there's something going on. The other one that you know as a parent, hey, what are you doing? Nothing. Nothing? That high up on the in? Nothing? Yeah, I'm out of my chair in a fucking heartbeat. What's this nothing that you're doing? What are you doing? I'm cutting coke on the table with a razor blade. Don't spill. You got the dog high last time. So, you know what I'm saying? This is an answer that how many things can I be concerned about in one sentence? We are going to be working with the design team regarding all of the cosmetic options versus which items they can be applied to, and I will provide further information at a future date. Number one, what's my deliverable? What's the date? Because we've already had this bullshit answer. We've already had we're going to get this to you. We've already been asking for this for multiple years. From the moment you said that the building skins can't go on any building, we have been asking this for years. We know that you have been asking for this information for a while. For how long? Why don't you remember, and guys, I'm not being a dick to Intrepid Studios. Remember, I've already talked about Samsung today, where they think it was acceptable that I had to wait 36 days for a refund check. This is fucking piss poor customer service. Design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestones. Okay, so you're telling me as the community marketing lead, you can't get an answer to a question that you could run with? Also, you can't get an answer to a question that you know eventually is going to be a ball buster. So, bad news, unlike wine, does not grow better with time. This is going to be an issue no matter when you release this one. This is going to be an issue. So why don't you turn around and just rip the Band-Aid off, smell the rotten skin, and start debris, right? And are you? So you're telling me that you don't have this information available? Then what are you designing? Off what list are you designing shit? This has got me worried. I would have expected that at least the last 2 years since Margaret took over the concept art. Yeah, also, why wasn't this information set with the design? Exactly, you and I think alike because we just got to the same point. So you're designing something and you don't know what it is. So you might have only had the last 2 years, and I only expect you to have the last 2 years. You've only worked there for 2 years. So you want to talk, and some people, I'm sure you're like, why does it matter? Why does it matter? Why does it matter? I'll tell you why it matters. The reason why it matters is, are we talking about scope creep? Are we talking about things? Are we talking about things that are creating additional work? Because my assumption would have been that the design team would have said, we're going to have, right? The design team would have said, we're going to have these many buildings, these exact buildings. These are the only buildings that you're going to have. So how many freehold buildings are there? Okay. But now this is where the magician, cause you guys know in any magic trick is made up of 3 parts, right? And every magic trick is made up of the pledge, the turn, and the prestige. If you end up seeing part of anything during any step, then you ruin the trick. This is like when you see the body double getting into place during the turn. It ruins the trick. How do you not know every building that's going to be made? And then how do you even know that you're building? How do you even know that you're sending to the concept artist the next right thing to make? This sounds like to me. Okay, and I'm sure Steven's gonna hear this and Steven's gonna fucking try to tear me a new asshole. Hi, Margaret. Awesome. I don't think it's really fair that you have to do this via text, but I'll pop this back up on screen because this is a pretty big issue that people have been asking. How is it that things are getting designed from a walk me through like the process. You guys tried to do this like back in November, but how is it that the 2 years of stuff that's been designed, you don't know what at least those 2 years are? I understand design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestones, but for 2 years, people have been saying you're selling items. And this is like the big crux of the problem with Intrepid Studios. The community has to fight to get answers. We had to fight with Intrepid to get them to include a disclaimer on the concept art that the weapons aren't included. And I mean, it took time. It took multiple months. It took multiple months to fight that the items are actually cosmetic items. And now the community marketing lead at a company who is self-admittedly designing these cosmetics, how do you not know what you're building them for? And how is the community supposed to see a comment like this and see I could probably dig up when the first time I asked for this, and it's probably more than 2 years ago, give or take. How is this process working? Like, we need to know the structures, what the structures replace in what tier. Yeah, like, we've talked about tiers, we've talked about items. I think, and I said multiple times on my show, somebody needs to provide Intrepid a list. But the thing is, design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestones. But then why is Intrepid Studios still continuing to sell an item monthly that the customers don't even know what they're buying? And the one I'll use specifically is when I bought the Plague Lab, nowhere in any of that back in December 2017, January 2018, nowhere in any of that did it said it was going to be a building specific. So I guess what my community wants to know, and then I'll carry the message forward, is what does this process look like? And how are things like, how is that getting designed if we don't know what it goes on? Is it a shrine? It's not a fight. We are working towards change. Well, no, it technically it is a fight because it kind of is. We are working towards change and fixing things. You know, as someone who's been here for a long time, that we have made a lot of progress. At a company, these things take time and approvals and iterations. This is why I don't think it's fair, Margaret, and I'm willing to have you on the show for this specific one, because my background in project management tells me that that answer doesn't fly. Because all I'm kind of trying to get to is, does concept art, I do know what they're designed for, but before I give a full answer to all the items in their tiers, I want to finalize those details with designs. Just waiting on approval. This will provide an update not only in a KBA with all the answers, but also in your inventory and on the shop. So that took like 2 years. And here's my point to that. Design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestones. But it sounds like the process to me, because I'm a process guy, I'm a CPI guy. And you're saying that you want to finalize those details with design, but how are you still selling items if those details aren't finalized? And how can we be sure? How can we be sure then that the items that are being sold are actually going to be viable to the people that buy them? And like it seems like there's a major disconnect here, especially considering how much flack Intrepid gets. And I don't know, I shut down the discussion of cosmetics being a scam because I recognize the value of a box price plus sub, but I also understand that a box price plus sub creates a higher barrier of entry. And Reiko, he kind of sums it up. The way these processes work gives a lot of people pause for concern. And I understand that at a company, these things take time and approvals and iterations. I mean, sure, I guess that's an answer. But I would have then said, why do we keep changing the monthly cosmetics if we haven't fixed the process for how the cosmetics get listed? I mean, I'm more than happy to have somebody from Intrepid on my stream because I don't like the unfair level that this creates. But you know what they're designed for, but before you give a full answer, you want to finalize those details for design. I mean, that just sounds like there's yet another process that's not finalized. Cosmetics have been being sold since December 2017. That predates your time there. So, what was the process beforehand? And I'm more than happy to have you on or Steven on or you and Steven on, but it seems like some of these answers are like, and I've been in a position, and a lot of my community's been in a position. I've been in a position where I was an E1 or an E3 or a trainee, and I've been pat on the head and I've been told good doggy and wait for an answer. And this kind of feels like a good doggy, just good doggy, wait for the answer. I mean, I'll take you at your word. I'll take you at, let me copy paste. Where are your two comments? I'll copy paste, but I'll shelve it. I'll use this as my reference. That's not a good one because it has that mark there. That's not a good one either. Let me grab these. I'll put a pin in this, but it seems like we've been asking the same question for years, and we're not making any forward movement. Yeah, like the ship cosmetics is the other one. There is like people's concern. We were buying ship cosmetics before we were ever told there were 3 tiers of ships. I own ships. I own ship skins. Let me foot stomp. I own ship skins that I may or may not ever be able to use because I may not ever be able to. I may not own that boat. And then because immediately your answer to that is going to become, well, what's Intrepid going to do to make it right? And then the follow-up to that is, I have zero doubt. I have zero doubt that someone's going to sue Intrepid. Not me. I ain't got that type of disposable income. But we saw with the Van Fleet at All versus Tryon Worlds, there was a lawsuit in California, and which is going to be precedent because Tryon Worlds lost, that you sold one thing, you delivered another. So, I mean, I think these are valid questions. I don't think these are kick the can down the road questions. Like I said, I'd love to get something set up. I don't think it's fair that I have the microphone and the camera in a company. I don't like that at all. That's why I said we can set that up, or we can put a pin in it with your answer that it's coming. But then the only question is when is it coming? Let's see. I love the water feature in this month's pack. I want to buy it because it says freehold building, but I have no idea if it's an overall theme for the property or if it's just the fountain to place in the yard. So we know the answer to that, and the answer to that is this is a freehold building cosmetic sin. I cannot do a Discord call at the moment because I did not have a Discord call set up before I started streaming, and I would have to start the call before I start the stream. Otherwise, because I use a Bluetooth device, it won't, I have to have my Bluetooth device enabled as a communication device and not as my speaker. That's why when I do the live streams, you'll see me with the earbuds in through the back of my microphone. Because Bluetooth is either communication device or a speaker, and I'm currently using it as a speaker. Who decides which cosmetics get designed created each month? Does the process with a structure in mind, or does it start from a cool idea? That they answered in November. Margaret answered that in November, right? November? No, she's still here. I can see all the people that are here. They started, does anybody have that one specifically? Because Margaret, and I've said this on the show, and it's quotable. I would love to see that cosmetic pipeline with the blue pack that they did. That segment got interrupted. I would love to see that pipeline process. Yeah, it was the November live stream. Let me grab that. Let me grab that one. I'll try to find a rough timestamp. Margaret started to do this, and then it got interrupted. And I think that's an important piece, not only for people to understand the process, but also for people to understand, like, because I hate the argument. I absolutely detest the argument where people try to say the cash shop is a scam. Like the guy, we talked about it on Monday, guys. The cash shop is a scam, and it's predatory. So as you can see, I'll grab this from this timestamp. Where are we at? Where are you guys? You go to that timestamp. In fact, you know what? Let's just do it. Let's just do it the best we can. Because I don't want to say, oh, Intrepid did this, and I don't want to show it off. I want to actually show it off because they did do it. 1 second. I don't have one set up for YouTube yet. And I hate just straight using their content when I'm streaming, but it's applicable to the point at hand. Margaret started going through their process here, and then this kind of got jacked and interrupted, but they show you, like, they're actually showing you the process piece, and this is good, but this is talking, like, there is a huge difference between the accessory process line, because we know, like, we see that right there on the screen. We see that it's armor slot hands, armor type plate, racial influence, Renkai, materials, copper plate, and ice. There's some meat there. There's some details there. Now, that opened up a whole lot of other questions, but our understanding has always been that the armor type for the cosmetics is irrelevant. Now, whether or not that's still true is, I mean, I guess another thing that we need when it comes to the discussion of what goes on what. And I think this is a much, well, I guess this wouldn't be a longer list. No, it wouldn't be a longer list. It would be, yeah, because it'd be the same. There's been a freehold skin every month, right? So it'd be the same length of list as the freehold buildings. Are we going to find out, though, that the frozen gauntlet doesn't go in the cosmetic doll slot? It goes on an item. I don't think so. That's not my understanding. My understanding is that this goes into the slot. You either put a full body cosmetic in or you put the individual slot in. But then this segment got kind of interrupted, kind of discombobulated. It should say displayed on plate. No, because again, my understanding, that segment got kind of jacked. It's a good segment. I listed the time. I highly recommend you go check it out. It shouldn't say it is displayed on plate because remember, the understanding is the full body cosmetic or the cosmetic doll, you can put items into the cosmetic doll. Now, if you put a full body cosmetic in, that's it. You have the full body cosmetic and that is all you have. If you mix and match the individual pieces, like I said on Monday's show, I don't think I saved the clip from Toast, did I? No. Toast got an answer from the design team about the greaves, and they are going to be in a leg slot. Now, of course, that brought up the follow-up question. It brought the follow-up question of if those greaves are in the leg slot, do we just got like assless chaps on hanging out? I imagine the answer is going to be no, that there will be something on the bottoms with that piece. So let me, if I can grab it real quick. From Toast Design. No. Let's see. Oh, she's been busy today. Let's see. I can't find it. Where is it? Oh, because she's had multiple things in the last day. I can't find it off the top of my head. Design team. Did you say design team in the quote? I can only, let's see. Looking for it real quick. No. In questions. Maybe I can grab it that way. In questions. Sport ticket times. Cosmetics. Anybody have that quote? Specifically, it wasn't yesterday. It was. Oh yeah, and Toast with the whole furry thing. Oh. Greaves. Oh, here we go. Let me grab this because she got us an answer, and it's always nice when we get the answers. File save. Somebody had asked if this was going to be the foot spot or if it's going to be a leg slot. And this is what Toast got for us. Tickets endowment is likely a shoulder cosmetic, as you've noted. The team let me know that the greaves would be the leg pants item. So these are going to be the leg pants item, which is fine. But I don't think, I mean, I guess in some ways that does cause people a follow-up funny question. Are you going to have your ass hanging out? And the answer is, I doubt it. It doesn't seem like, you go with the simplest answer. Except for the guy running around. Oh, so yeah, I mean, okay. Oh boy, we're on cosmetics today. Because I mean, I knew it was going to happen because cosmetics are cropping up all over the place with the inconsistencies. And I answered this, but I'll answer it again. Except for that guy running around in the Corvid mask without the rest of the cosmetics. If the developer is running around with the Corvid mask without the rest of the set, then that means that piece of the set has been identified as a piece that's going to be removed. and used on NPCs. Remember what a developer does, and let me clarify, what that is another one of those, they drop a lot of shit on Margaret, and she gets it late. You've heard of the last 3 live streams she's been on. She's up late the night before the live stream. Steven, I think if I recall correctly, he said it was at like 11:38 that they started. It was 11:38 that they started filming that, and it was 35 minutes long. Should somebody in quality control or the marketing department or the PR department or some department have had oversight on that video and said, no, you need to refilm it because you've got somebody running around in a piece of gear that they're not going to be able to obtain as a player? Yes, absolutely. Having been in the marketer's role before, one of the things that sucks is being a marketer is you are stuck basically trying to put all the triangle pegs in all the rectangular holes. You work with what you got. Then they are misrepresenting and giving the wrong ideas to people. So at face value, I can't argue your statement because that's your statement. All I can tell you is that they are misrepresenting. I would be careful with that they are misrepresenting. I think that you have a common piece, a common headpiece in circulation. A developer thinks it was cool. A developer put it on, and a developer that is not an experienced streamer did that. Did it have ripple effects? Yes. Are there things everywhere in everything that you present that people are going to latch onto? Sure. There's graffiti on the wall in one of my pieces of artwork. It's fine. I knew it was there. I didn't say anything to the artist about it. There's a story reason why the graffiti is there in that particular scene. But I do agree with you that if a customer gets the wrong idea, then post hoc ergo propter hoc teaches us that because the developer did it, then yes, the company is giving the wrong idea to people. It's a completely logical train of thought. It's how that logical fallacy works. There's nothing wrong with it. If you guys don't speak Latin, it's after this, therefore, because of it. So, what Zeke is saying is because a developer on a live stream wore a cosmetic that won't be available to a common player, that Intrepid misrepresented the common players. While you can get there, I don't think it was intentional. I think it was just a developer wearing something that they thought is cool. Steven gave a very, very, very long and very specific comment on cosmetics. So much so that I did a video on it just so everybody, because I was partially responsible for spreading bad information because we were under the impression years ago that the cosmetics would have alternate versions in the game, and they're so again, we were under the impression that the cosmetics would have alternate versions in game, which they will, but those versions will not be obtainable by the players. Margaret said it in November, and we kind of rolled past it because it's like, oh yes, I know this, I'm not going to pay attention. And then it was when somebody who was new to the community listened to the live stream and they said, I don't know why you all are saying this. Margaret just said this. We went back and looked at it and we said, Steven, can you jump in? And Steven's like, yeah, there's not going to be variations of the Cash Shop cosmetics. They're going to be, they are going to be for the NPCs. The pieces and the kits are going to be pulled away. So yes, Real Zeke, I can't be the white knight that gets in the way of Intrepid on this one. This one is not a factual interpretation one. This is where I stop and I say, that makes for a really good forum post. And that then lets Intrepid know that the people who are going to appear on the gameplays, they need to be more cognizant of what they wear and how they represent, so that you don't have the people with the Plague Doctor hood on thinking they're going to be able to obtain that in game. Or if they are going to be able to obtain that in game, then there needs to be a full stop, and then everybody needs to be on the same page. Because right now there's a lot of times and places that not everybody's on the same page. Sometimes we can't be on the same page. Sometimes people, like I said, I own my fuck up. I was giving out bad information for years, so I did the mea culpa video. I said, guys, I screwed this up. Let me put you on the right page. 404 error loading name. How you doing, man? Is there anything known about naval aspect? Arc-Age naval content was fun for back in the day, but the flat seas got boring quick. Do you think we can expect something like Sea of Thieves in terms of water and wind physics? Would be fun that people that are better at managing their boat can have a bigger advantage over people, unlike Arc-Age where Clippers just caught up with everything. So, great question. Couple of bits and pieces there. Remember, in Ashes of Creation, there is horizontal progression, and one of those horizontal progressions is your sailoring skill tree. On the sailoring skill tree, there are going to be things like navigation, rigging, weaponry, repair. So there is going to be gunnery, piloting, navigation, boat repair, ship components, defensive skills, and utility-based skills. Now, this isn't going to be like Arc-Age, where the only real advantages were machining allowed you to repair more and repair faster, and if you were a Harani, then they wanted you on the cannons for Kraken because you had your 3% buff as a race, which was horribly unbalanced. With that said, there is going to be people who specialize in being on the water. I mean, look at, and we don't have an official number from Intrepid for square kilometers of land or square kilometers of water, but we know through some map analysis, if this is a representational map, that 50% of the world is water. With the caveat that what you don't see on this map is 100 square kilometers of Underrealm. So there would still be a significant amount of land playmass if this map is representational. Now, if it is to the level that we can use it for analysis, I don't know. With that said, 50% of the world is water, is big, is huge. It means you're going to have one of two things happen. You are either going to have Arc-Age, which, let me grab an Arc-Age map real quick, because it's really funny to do this with Arc-Age. Desktop. Do we have time? We should have time. Open. Oh, my hands. Okay, here we go. Okay, Bob Ross it up. So, you got Arc-Age here, right? Now, as you can see, that's not going to work for me because I don't have that big enough. Let's do this. Let's do this. And let's do this. Oh, look at that. So, first of all, this looks like a really big map, except what you have to remember is this is the rough map where water content can even take place. I'm gonna ad lib a little bit there because I don't have the markers and I don't 100% remember. So what I'm drawing in is everything in the black outline is where you can have boats go, period. So you can't go all the way around the continents, which was kind of lame. You can't go up and around Aurora, which is kind of lame. But here's the other problem. This trip, right? The trip from here, that is a horrible color. The trip from here to here was about 35 minutes, right? With a good boat, with the Ezzy's light buff, about 35 minutes. You really had to be hauling ass if you wanted to get packs delivered up without taking a penalty. But here's the problem. Every day, once a day, there was an event that happened here, and then they changed it to every day, and then the other event was 3 times a week. There was a fish, and this is my killer art skills, right? There was a fish known as a Leviathan that was over here, and then there were 2 spots. 1, 2. There were 2 spots that there were a Kraken, And then when they first brought it out, 3 times a day, there were ghost ships, and then they dropped it down to twice a day. But you'll notice that they're all timed. There was also nothing down in any of this area. So everything for Arcage was based around very limited time. And like you said, not only was it absolutely ridiculous that clippers could catch warships. I mean, and that's not entirely unrealistic in the grand scheme of naval transportation. Because remember, if you remember the movie about Captain Phelps, skiffs can catch a cargo freighter, because a cargo freighter doesn't have a really high top speed. A warship with 2 sails should definitely be outrunning a clipper. It should just be the way it is. So Arcage had a bunch of silly stuff as well. Arcage had this warships got a penalty going east and west, where clippers got a bonus going east and west. Motorboats could go anywhere. So yeah, there was a lot of silliness in Arcage. But for your question of the other part of that is, are you going to get to the point where Ashes of Creation is going to have content on the same tier as Sea of Thieves? No, probably not. And here's why. Ashes of Creation is an MMORPG that is a theme box. One of the themes in that theme box is naval content. Now, they're going to have Krakens, they're going to have pirates, they're going to have Leviathans, they're going to have ocean content, they're going to have underwater dungeons, no underwater nodes. So they are going to have a lot of ocean content. But the ocean content is not the sum or the major part of the game. Sea of Thieves, the water has to be exquisite. Why? Because the name of the game is Sea of Thieves. If the water wasn't great in Sea of Thieves, the game is dead in the water. Now, can they develop a good system? Oh, I'm getting there, man. I'm getting there. I know where you're going. I'm getting there. I'm laying some groundwork. I'm chasing a rabbit. Are you going to have some level of water physics? Yes, absolutely. And why are you going to have some level of water physics? Because Steven doesn't want any single part of his game to suck. Steven doesn't want to be like, oh God. Steven doesn't want to look at his game and read the complaints and be like, oh God, everybody hates it. Will they have sea battle PvP zones? Hold on to that one. I'll get right there. Have they talked about if they're invisible walls, or will we get to explore wherever we can reach? The world is going to be surrounded in an unpassable barrier. That is because they were having a discussion if they were going to make Vera flat or Vera round. They decided to make Vera flat. I think this is a mistake. I think they should have Vera be round, but they should use my idea where you just have corruption around the border. The corruption has withdrawn this far to unlock this mass. Corruption withdrew enough, unpopped the divine gates. Everybody can come out, but it stops people from being able to go to places you don't want. If you want to release an expansion in the north, all you got to do is pull the corruption back around the area. So you kind of sort of end up with this, except at some point in Arcage, the plan was to allow you to go around all the continents. They just never got there. So what you could do with Ashes of Creation, right? What you could do with Ashes of Creation, we're just going to use the Arcage map since I already have it loaded. If this is, these 2 bottom continents look very similar to the Arcage ones, then all you do is, if you don't want people to be able to circumnavigate the world, you just wrap all of that in corruption. Now, when the Islands of the North expansion comes out, instead of having to, justify why now magically can we go past the invisible barrier, all you got to do, right, is you want to keep people in a self-contained yard. You simply do this. You do this, right? You delete. I'm going to accidentally end up deleting that, but that's okay. And then you just make the red, the corruption with retreats like that. And now you opened up the rest of your game world. Now, say later on you were going to do more content to the bottom, but then you wanted the world to be able to connect. Then all you do is when you release, and since obviously I don't have much more to go down here, right? You release an island down here that was outside the circle. Then you just, kind of mess with this, and then you just kind of mess with this. And now magically your globe connects because you're never going to release any more north and south. And then the same thing, you release the unknown Isle of the Steampunk Makers. I guess it looks kind of like Easter Island. Holy shit, that looks like a bunny. And then again, you just bring the corruption this way, but you're not ready for the world to be connected. So you just make the corruption at the edge of the world in while you're waiting to do Christmas Tree Island, right? See where I'm going with this? And then when the time comes, you simply connect the world this way. And then eventually you have a globe. I think it makes just as much sense as you've run into an invisible barrier at the edge of the wall and you can't go any further. Will they have sea battles? I'm going to get to your question just as soon as I get back. Alrighty. So are there going to be sea battles like PvP caravans? Yes, there are. Now, there is one thing that Steven and I have talked about that he's never mentioned in the general population. So I'm not going to go into that piece of it because that's his baby. That's his to reveal. But we do know that when a caravan reaches the edge of the water, what's going to happen is it's going to have several minutes of vulnerability while it makes a transition between a horse-drawn wagon or a goat-drawn wagon or a whatever drawn wagon in a boat. During that time, during that transition, some of the things that you have put into the caravan, like armor plates and resistance plates, and I don't know specifically what the hit points are going to be, if the hit points are going to be of your caravan or if the hit points are going to be some default transition, some transition, but for the moment, the hit points thing, the resistances and the armor plates you put on, you lose those resistances. It's a time, it's specifically supposed to be a time of transition. It's supposed to be a time of risk. So that's really where you want to try to hit somebody. If you want to try to hit their caravan, you want to hit their caravan while they're making that transition between either land-drawn caravan and boat or boat-drawn caravan, boat-drawn, land-drawn caravan to boat or boat caravan back to a land draw. So that is going to be one part of it. Now, there's also going to be, I'm going to assume that when that caravan has made the transition to a boat and it's on the water, that it's going to follow the same rules. It is going to follow the same flagging rules as regular land caravans. I'm going to make that assumption. I don't have that answer, but it's one of those. They're called caravans. Personal caravans are capable of transferring to naval caravans. Naval caravans are capable of transitioning to and from land caravans. So since the word caravan is used in both places, I'm going to assume that if you roll up on it with a boat, you're all going to get a pop message that says, would you like to attack this thing? Would you like to defend this thing? Now, oddly enough, I don't know what's going to happen with the naval caravan if it's going to have any weaponry on it. I also don't know if this is going to be a situation where you, what happened? Frost brings up a good question. I'll get there in a second. But if you reach the water, do you have to bring out other boats? Does only the personal caravan person get to go on the boat? Is it like a boat, or is it like a scout in Civilization where the scout hits the water and the scout becomes a boat? You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot to this we don't know. We do know that you can summon a boat from any dry land, but unlike Arcage, if you get wiped at sea and you don't have a second boat with you, enjoy your swim, because you're going to be swimming back to anywhere that you can find dry land, which is going to be, that's going to be an extravaganza, to say the very least. Now, Frost brings up a very, very interesting, hold on a second. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay. Halloween Horror Nights is a go this fall. Sorry, guys, what the hell was this? Oh, Frost brings up an interesting conundrum. What if I because pop boxes are always dangerous, right? Pop boxes are always dangerous. Even in Paradox, we do occasionally get people that accidentally roll need instead of greed, or greed instead of need. And I'm happy with Ashes of Creation's loot rules, that if that happens, I'm actually happy with the loot rules, because all the loot's just going to end up in my bag, and then I'm just going to divvy it out after, because I don't want to spend 10 minutes on loot drop every night. Just all the fucking master looter, everything in my bag, divvy it up after, because you can do rolls back at the freehold. But what happens if you're on a boat and you mean to attack it, and you as a gunner accidentally hit defend and not attack, and then you accidentally hit the boat with the armaments? So yeah, there's a lot there. There is a lot there that needs to be tested. There's a whole lot there that needs to be tested. Let's see. You like that idea, kind of like the Apox circle? I know, it's such a great idea. It's such a great way to not have flat Vera. It's such a great way to not have the flat Vera phenomenon. Plus, you already have, like, and I don't know what Steven's lore explanation, or what his lore anything is, but I will say that the lineup, the layout of, you have the opportunity to make a change. I don't give a shit if you take my ideas. That's why I put them out there. And it's also why Intrepid stopped putting ideas out there. Make no mistake, guys, Amazon Game Studios has been way leaning over the aisle in the classroom. They've been way leaning over, hey, what you got for number 7? What you got for number 10? Where did the word corrupted suddenly come from in New World? Where did Node government come from? Where did, the factions don't belong to Ashes, but they have 3 factions. So I think John Schmedley forgot to do his homework for 3 years. And he's like, oh, what did Ashes get for number 7? No faction system. Nah. What did City State Entertainment get for number 7? 3 faction system. Oh, we'll do that. So must be fun sailing the caravan and see the battleships on your way. Not sure if they're there to raid or not. Tobnosh, I would be terrified if I had a caravan and I didn't have my own armada with me. Now, my thing would be is whoever's running the caravan would transition, and then we would pop a warship or 2, and then my plan would be pop a couple of warships, aim them at the land, and that way if anybody comes up to mess with the caravan, you bombard them from the boats, leave everybody else on the island, watching the Viking ships go by, or by. You know, Paradox will have a full armada. Yeah, Frost, I'm going to have a full armada with all the ship skins I own. I'm probably going to have a bunch of different sized boats just so I can use my ship skins. With that said, I mean, all of us. Oh, no, I know. But remember, man, some of the boats are 40-person boats. Now, I will say without a doubt, everybody in Paradox is going to be told the same thing that they were told in Arcage. You should have the smallest boat of your own. I imagine you launch a caravan from a port, you could just move things straight onto the boat. Ask Steven about that, because I can't give you an answer. I mean, I can give you an answer, but I shouldn't give you an answer. So. Good conversation, guys. I feel bad that Margaret showed up and I wasn't set up to let her call in, which is funny, just in case... Just in case anybody asks, it's actually on my list of things to do today. Recreate phone-in for Ashes of Creation. My phone-in overview was actually broken today, and I'm still trying to figure out the best. Like, I don't have a way to, like, if Steven wanted to call in, I would stop the show, close OBS, get Steven in, and then restart streaming. But because I use a Bluetooth speaker, I don't have the ability to just have people call in. They can't be heard. Because OBS is already using my speaker as a speaker, not a communication device. And you guys know, a device can only be used as one or the other. I have a specific question. When you die, you drop a percentage of materials. What if a master looter handed each person in the party one material? Would this tactic prevent anyone from getting that rare material if they were killed, since they're only holding one of that material? No, because they would drop the one. They would drop the one. You have to, so say, and these numbers, guys, these are my numbers, just so that we can talk about, life. Say as a non-combatant, you drop 20% of your items. And as a combatant, then you would drop 10, and as a corrupted, you would drop 40 to 60% of your items. In order to avoid what Veiled Mist Warden is saying, if I only have one of an item, then I would drop that one item. Now, what would happen if I had 10 single items in my bag? Well, obviously, I only have 10 items that can be dropped. I have 10 single items. I would drop 2 of them because my death penalty is 20%. Now, what would happen if I had... What would happen if I had 8 of trash and then 9 other... let's say I had 10 stone as one item, and then I had 9 other rare items. Well, that becomes an engineer and a game designer's problem, and they have to write the drop rules appropriately so that it doesn't allow straight randomness for padding. Also, you wouldn't want somebody to split their 10 stone into 10 stacks and then have 9 other single items and then have that be like, oh, well, it pulled 2 items and 2 of the 20 just happen to be stone. I mean, the engineers and the designers, they have a certain responsibility to remember. They have the responsibility of making that work. That's also why I think, this is just my belief, that's why I believe the flagging system works the way it does. Because could you make the flagging system work like EVE Online's does? Sure. Where I have kill rights on you, I can kill you anywhere. Yeah, sure, you can do that. But if you've ever listened to the CCP guys talk, CCP talked about how one of their developers left the team and it took them over 2 years to figure out how something worked. XL Games did the same thing. They talked about Aurora and about why the other 2 castles didn't come on for so many years. They fired the guy who wrote the code. He left no notes. And any of you that are programmers, you've always groaned when I've told this story. He left literally 0 documentation because he was fired. And so he got fired. He got up and he walked away. I mean, he got fired and they were like, you're fired. And he's like, okay. And he left. He got a job at BDO. He got a Cacao. He got a job over on BDO. And then the story is that they called him and said, well, you need to give us your documentation. He's like, I don't have to give you anything. You fired me. That's why it took them like 2 years to unfuck that system. Wait, so if you're green and you have some rare material, you could get them back if you are fast to hunt and get your revenge. You could, but they would be kind of difficult for you to get back. I mean, you're talking about getting back there. You're also talking about the fact that if you were carrying rare mats, you probably wouldn't die as a green and give them corruption. You would probably flag as a purple, so you only lost 10%, not 20%. Remember, a purple is incentivized. A player is incentivized to go purple, so they drop less materials. Somebody got caught up on the fact that it's a death penalty and you're punishing the green and you're not punishing the green. The rule is just when you die, you drop. It doesn't matter if you die in PvP or die in PvE. So the standard death penalty is not a punishment. The standard death penalty is just the standard death penalty. So, let's see. Okay. Let's finish this off. I want to go see my kids. I want to go for a walk. What? Let's do this. You drop raw materials if you get killed by a mob? Yes, because you get a death penalty when you get a death penalty when you get killed by anything. It's at the end of the stream already, man. It's we're at 4 hours and 57 minutes already. When you level it in Divine Node and you pick your faith or wait. When you level and Divine Node and pick your religion or faith, is there a same option for the Dark Gods? No, there is not. Okay, so for a couple of things here. Number one, you do not have to level a Divine Node in order to pick your religion or faith. You pick your religion or faith at a temple. Now, there is a specific unique building inside of a Divine Node that is religious based, but it is not the only way to access the religion. There is nothing in this game that is blocked behind a singular point of failure. There is always another way, just like the Keymaker from the Matrix. There is always another way. So you don't get blocked from picking a religion if there's no Divine Nodes on your server. You may not be able to access all the cool things because you have a religion if there's not like a Divine Metro or a Stage 5 Divine Node, but the mayor of your node can build a temple. And we believe that you have to pick the religion for that temple. So that's going to be a point of contention for the citizenship. You're going to end up having parts of the world that follow one religion because that's the temple they have. Now, is there an option for the Dark Gods? There is no option to be a member of the religion of the Dark Gods at this point. What there is the ability to explore the dark religions. However, not through the religion, through quest lines and storylines. Can you serve the dark ones, the lost ones, the ancients, the corrupted? Steven has hinted at yes. Isn't the death penalty forgiven when you're on the small instance areas for agent dungeons? No. The only time the death penalty is forgiven is when death is expected and anticipated in meaningful PvP events. So sieges, wars, arenas, and we're waiting on a soundbite for caravans. We're waiting on a soundbite for Bounty Hunters versus Corrupted, and we're waiting for a soundbite for Enemy of the State. Although I don't think Enemy of the State would give you a death penalty forgiveness. I will double check, but I don't believe it is wiped in instances. No. Because if you wiped it for dungeons and instances, then people, like, why would you do that? You know. Are there instanced raids and dungeons? Yes, 20% of the dungeons and raids in the world are instanced. They are primarily the storyline dungeons, which makes sense because you don't want people that are chasing the story to have their experience ruined by people who are making the dungeons or raids impossible. You also, if you have to kill a boss in order to get to the next point, you don't want people in there farming the boss for the loot that it drops when I need to get, well, you don't want me in there farming the boss for the loot that it drops because you need to get in there and kill the boss in order to move on with the story. That would be absolutely nightmarish, and it would completely alienate your PvE community. With that said, guys, good show today. I managed to clip out 6 things. We got visited by Intrepid, as you are all my witnesses. I multiple times said I didn't think it was fair that I have a mic and Margaret didn't. As you guys also saw, I took her comment. I said that will be the talking point. That will be the talking point for this point forward, because it's not a fight. We're working towards change and fixing things. You know, as someone who's been here for a long time, that we have made a lot of progress at a company. These things take time and approval and iteration. I do know what they are designed for, but before I give a full answer to all the items in their tiers, I want to finalize those details with design. Just waiting on approval. This will provide an update, not only in a KBA with all the answers, but also in your inventory and the shop. That is a fine talking point. We will run with that. We will run with that as the official answer. However, you also heard me say I'm more than happy to have Intrepid on if they want to talk about that point and that point only. You all guys have also seen I'm not going to change how I am. I'm not going to change who I am. I don't work for you guys, or I do. I don't work for Intrepid. I do work for you guys. I am one of their official content creators, but I am by no means a corporate shill. So with that said, I am by no means a corporate shill, but sign up for Ashes of Creation using my referral code, because it lets Intrepid know that no matter if they like what I'm saying or not, that I'm still reaching new people. And where your money goes, for those of you that haven't seen this, I'm going to inspire your imaginations. This is what I want you to look at this weekend. Raid. The only person that I raid is the other Paradox Gaming Network streamer, and I don't think she is streaming right now. The reason why I don't raid... Wait, is she streaming? She is streaming. So we are going to raid Wolfus Moon. Wolfus Moon is the other Paradox Gaming Network streamer. So go in there. She looks like she's starting a new Final Fantasy character, which I told her to do. So you guys take care, and I will see you Monday, because there's no Stream Raiders PvP this weekend. Give Wolfus a bunch of shit. She doesn't have her camera on. You guys take care. I will see you next time.